No. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome to episode 15 of Quests and Cliffhangers. Um, yeah. So, things to discuss. For one, I have been working on getting the website up and running. Um, and I want the website to basically be kind of like a repository of lore and to do things to spread the lore of Argus that not necessarily directly relate to um, the current campaign, but to more expand on things that are happening in the background. That'll be going soon. And to segue into that, I have something planned out that I want to do. That I have come up with the name for it so far as Argus Expanded. And what it's going to be is events that you guys will be able to directly affect, that will be possibly world changing. And all throughout doing this, it's going to expand on the lore of Argus in kind of focused ways, but they will all be kind of third party to the campaign. There may be times where the party interacts with whatever is happening, but for the most part, it's going to be all just sort of events that are happening throughout the world, because you got to remember, this is a living, breathing world that even though the party is, the main focus of this story, there's still other things going on all over the place. So, also, why am I peaking at a -6 on my mic? If I sound too loud or crackly or anything, let me know. So more to come on that with the upcoming weeks, plus a few other neat little things that are going on. You try turning it off, turning it on again. No. And what is up? So there's that coming on soon. More stuff, good stuff. And I think that's really all I have right now. Kind of just a vague tease, a cliffhanger within a cliffhanger. Yeah. All right. Who's doing recap?
I'm gonna fake it.
That's what she said.
No.
Anyway, beginning of last session, we were talking to Asha. Asha was telling stories about when she was young. She was kidnapped and forced to join a group of paladins, where she learned how to both heal and fight. And that's where she met this Vardrock dude. Asha was apparently raised specifically to be Vardrock's companion. And thus, working alongside Vardrock while growing up, she saw that Vardrock didn't really have to work for a lot of things. He was kind of spoiled, had a temper, and kind of got things handed to him. I believe she also found out that she was not the only person kind of raised to be his companion, that there were many. She does know that he is still alive. The church wanted... I have listed that the church wanted to kill Asha and the kids. When Vardrock found out about it, he wouldn't allow it and snuck Asha and the two kids out. He couldn't come with, it would be too obvious, and he had shit to do and kingdoms to conquer. But it is believed by Asha that her Aasimar blood is why kids were able to happen, because Vardrock had tried to have kids with many other people, and all the pregnancies failed and most of the people died and so on. And it's likely the mix of Asimar and Infernal or whatever the fuck Vardrak is that made the pregnancies actually viable. The church kept hunting them, which is why they are on a different continent and why Arkin and Absol use their cover names as opposed to Levi and Talius. That story ended, and she called out Absol about, the wraps on his head and made him take it off. So we had to explain the green stone.
Fucking crown.
Chaplain, so to explain the green stone, he just figured he'd show it. Chaplain volunteered to be the person that was had their egg stolen or whatever that nonsense is. Absol smacked the stone, went unconscious, touched Chaplin's golden egg or whatever it is, and pulled him into the green capsule, the inside of the gem, as far as they could see, which had some funny dialogue about calling it a gray capsule. One thing that was important and noticed is that Asha does not have a visible gem. This implying that maybe she doesn't have a soul, upset her rather quickly, and we all kind of backpedaled and made up close enough stories as to, oh, sure, this is why he just can't see it, because your soul is too great and powerful, because you're ascended or something. So we made up a bunch of nonsense to placate her so she wouldn't be super angry about not having a soul. And then she got frustrated and went off to the tavern to go have some drinks. The party kind of rambled around, and relatively shortly, someone came into town with a carriage with a rather large package on it, looking for a certain Screech. It was a delivery of a suit of armor, but it was in a stupendously large box that they said required several half giants to put on the cart. Screech just rolled really well, and just one person picked up the box and set it down, tore it open, and started putting armor on. So Screech clanks now. I think the armor does some fancy stuff, but I really don't remember. It did come with a letter from Nesbar. We did check in on the mother of Druth, the kid that had monsters going after him and so on. That was an Arkin conversation, if I remember, and thus it kind of ended with let's just not worry about this problem, give me money. And so Absol had to finish that conversation when the mother called out to Asha that she's being extorted by her kid. But all the same, that just kind of ended with, well, I guess things are safe. We'll ignore the necromantic creature that's stalking your son because clearly it will make you safe. So there's certainly an unresolved story there that's just going to be there and eventually bite us in the ass. We decided that we'd rather not wait around and try and solve all the little problems of the town, and the highest priority would be trying to find a way to get this thing off of Absol's head, and the best way we can figure to do that is to collect the rest of the rocks. So we decided to go west towards one in the Windshield Woods, and instead of trying to navigate through the woods or go southeast away from where we had to go to follow the trail, we just followed the line across the woods. And it's along those woods that we encountered some, I think, Wood Elf pan flute player and their army of gnolls. I don't really remember a lot because we're just, stabbing them and getting stabbed by them. The big thing of note as we murdered them, as we do, was they killed Perup. And killed in the sense that Chaplain tried to heal, to no success. Chaplain tried the Revivify spell, which brings things back if they died within a minute. And it was only a round or two later. And that didn't work either. And thus ensued a lot of trying to console Screech, a lot of really sad stories about Screech focusing really hard on the collar that came from Mr. the Jackal, because Screech or Perup actually disappeared. The body disappeared. So we figured, maybe something magic's happening. Maybe she'll respawn from the collar. But nothing happened, and night passed. Screech didn't sleep well as a result. And the cliffhanger was at the end of the session hearing Peruping. And that's where we are now.
Perupping.
Everyone pronounces Perup a little bit different, and Chaplin pronounces it Perup.
Perup?
So that's what I roll with.
So, yeah. So, that's where we left off at, with the Perupping. Sounds like a drummer boy song now. And I was trying to think if there was anything else of importance that was skipped over, but I don't think it was. I think that all worked out pretty well.
That fourth IP you're going to give me for the session because I did recap?
No.
Okay.
No. You're good. You got this.
You're fine.
I gotta work on this new IP economy here. We gotta see how this is gonna work out before I get too generous. So I guess the quick run-of-the-mill rundown with this is an interactive D&D session. You guys can do things to affect the story. The small circles next to the player's name are their influence points, which is kind of like an expanded version of inspiration, or it's kind of like bennies in Savage Worlds, whereas they can use it to reroll dies as long as it's not a nat 1. They can use it to absorb damage as long as that damage didn't come from a nat 20. And they can also use it to interject story elements that may not have been there before they did. They get 3 of them per session. Once they're used up, then they are done unless someone from chat gives them more. They also have ultimate abilities that they can do, which will cost 1 of those points. But if they use it, then their points do not refresh the next session. So there's that. But yeah, just for being here, you're earning Cliff Coins. You can use the Cliff Coins to interact. I also use a thing called Stream Loots cards, which are basically like interactive playing cards. If you play any of those cards, they play on the screen here. And they all have an effect that will affect the way that the story changes and all that jazz. And as long as we get our 10 played per session, which we typically do, at the end of tonight, we will do a drawing to give away free ones. So there's that. So yeah, perfect. So with that being said, let's go ahead and kick off the intro and start tonight's quest. So yeah. So as you guys are sleeping, you guys are awoken by the sound of Screech. As you're laying there, just finally getting to sleep with this leash in your hands, you are awoken by the feeling of immense pressure on your chest as you open your eyes to see this beak and these bug eyes staring directly at you.
Screech is going to tackle Hug.
From a resting position.
Yeah, well, she the best she can. Okay, she's pretty strong.
But since Arkin was watching over her while she was sleeping, did he see where burp came from?
Well, so I will answer your question with another question.
Okay.
Did Arkin not get any sleep that night?
He was taking like basically first shift. After she fell asleep, he was gonna watch over for a little bit till he needed to get sleep.
Okay.
So if
So-
it happened in the later part of the night, then he probably wouldn't have.
Okay, so it actually happened in the early part of the morning,
Okay.
around, let's say, dawnish.
Okay. Yeah, he probably would have been asleep by then.
Okay, then no, you didn't see shit.
Okay.
And how's everybody else reacting to hearing this and then hearing this wrestling around as Screech is tackle hugging?
Arkin pops up with a knife ready to throw, and he's like, "Oh, good. Yeah, just like I said, abracadabra." Okay.
Right.
Absol peeks his head up and he looks at what's going on and just lays back down without saying anything.
You're all assholes.
Chaplin will proper exit low power mode, stand up, and kind of walk over and, kind of eyeball Corrupt. Curious if it is the same Corrupt because the body disappeared.
Feel free to give me a perception or investigation depending on how closely you're looking.
I'm gonna.
Not that close.
Yeah, no, Meh.
So it looks identical to the perp that you know and love, with the exception of just underneath its front right shoulder, there is a scar.
Oh, my baby.
Screech. There is a scar, but underneath the front right shoulder. Was that where the most recent wound was?
Screech will look for herself and then nod, but as she's like looking, she like realizes and puts the leash on.
Well, the leash was already on.
Oh, the leash is already on.
Yeah, like
Okay.
as you were holding the leash, all of a sudden, this giant owl bear is now like within the harness of it.
Okay.
And as you look around, you notice that the sun is just now peeking over the horizon.
Just for lulz, I'm going to look for tracks. Very Perup-shaped tracks coming from anywhere away from where Perup is now to see if Perup just appeared there or if Perup came from somewhere else.
Sure. Either give me like a nature survival check or investigation, depending on how you plan on doing things.
I'm gonna. It's all the same. I'll nature it up. Nope.
From where you guys are at, you see there's different footprints from the scuffle that you had with the knoll. But other than that, you're not really seeing any tracks coming or going.
I'm gonna back up and let them have their tender moment.
Yeah, Screech is gonna feed her some snacks. I'm sure I've got rations somewhere. Hopefully.
All right.
Did the gnolls or the wood elf have any food?
Did you guys ever search the bodies?
Arkin is in the party.
Yeah.
I don't think Arkin searched though, did he?
No.
I think it was just Absol that kind of walked over to the flute bearer.
Yeah, like Absol had already started searching that, so those things he was controlling, he didn't bother. They don't have pockets.
Oh, right. There was that whole deal about Absol raising dead and Chaplin almost fighting them.
Hmm?
Almost fighting them.
I cast spells at them.
Yeah, how much damage did you do?
Yeah, no.
Didn't you roll a 1 with a -1 modifier at some point? I'm just
I don't know
asking.
if that was that, but yes. I'm very, very strong and powerful.
Yep, that's our chaplain, strong and powerful.
Hopsel like just sits up in his bedroll. Is everyone good to go?
Would it be appropriate to give them some time before we head out? Or should we simply embark?
She's gonna be on top of her bugbear, riding it the whole time.
Bugbear? What the fuck?
Owl bear, whatever you have, whatever she is now.
Some sort of bear.
Fucking rude.
Then please, lead the way.
He stands up in his bedroll and just sighs and starts taking it off.
I was hoping you'd just hop in the bedroll.
Absol's gonna start packing everything up and start heading to wherever they're going. That village underneath woods in the
Yep.
Windshield Woods.
That is the current goal.
And as you guys are packing up, Arkin, you are packing up your bedroll and everything, and you notice like a glint, a light coming from the direction of where the pan flute player was, that sort of catches your attention.
He will casually slip over while no one's paying attention and see what that is.
You notice that on the wrist of this elf, he has sort of a unusual contraption that looks like it's made for storing vials. And it looks like there are 5 slots total. 4 of them are empty, but one of them still has a glass vial in it. And it appears to have some sort of a liquid in it.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and slip that on off his wrist. And he's gonna put it on. Then he's going to take the vial out. What color is the liquid inside?
The liquid inside is kind of like a dingy yellow color. And you see something floating in it that almost looks like it's like a tuft of like knoll fur.
All right, he's gonna start walking towards Absol. He's gonna like nudge him. Just, hey, you still like mess around with potions and stuff and poisons, right?
Yeah, I got one that I need to finish soon. Why? What's up?
Can you see what this is? It's probably piss, but
It's kind of small. Sure.
Go ahead and give me an alchemy roll if you want.
I don't think I got alchemy in my skills.
Arkin, do you have a moment?
yes, 1 second.
Understood.
Yeah. You can see if it's poison at least.
Do some roll.
It definitely does not appear to be poison. From the best of your abilities, it almost looks like a potion of animal friendship.
almost looks like this specific little thing. Someone rolled it.
And he hands it back to him before he leaves with Chaplin. This will make you good with animals, I guess.
Cool. He takes it back, puts it back on this little wrist thing, and he's just gonna pull his sleeve over it so it can't be seen. And he starts walking over to Chaplin.
Arkin, regarding some of the equipment we have, there is a ring we found recently. It has aided me in some of my knowledge. However, it also aids in surviving injuries. And of the people in our party, you are the person who can sustain the least damage. Perhaps it would be better in your care. Would you like to use this ring? +1 con.
Calling you a bitch.
And offering the +1 con ring to someone with an odd numbered con?
Offering
your-
the con ring to a con? What?
I
I can be funny too, goddammit.
All right. What's it costing me?
was under the assumption that as a team, we would share supplies as necessary.
Oh, we're a team now? You've been walking around and smearing my good name.
If we are not a team, then I believe you owe me a significant amount of money for my assistance to you.
Oh, yeah. Is that how it works? You charge for your services now?
If you're going to state that we are not a team, yes.
And all the people that you've been making holy water for and healing and everything, how much have you charged them total?
It will be on your tab. Or you could simply say that we are a team.
Fine, team friendship, rah rah rah. He takes it.
Please bear that in mind when you find things that will be beneficial to people other than yourself.
Yeah, sure, I'll keep that in mind.
I'm sure you won't.
Oh my god.
How do I
There you go again. That doesn't sound very team friendly.
I am attempting humor. How do I give him the item?
You should be able to just drag it over to him. But if you can't, I can do it. You should just drag it right up to his portrait in the top left.
I think it duplicated it the last time I tried that.
Well, he might have two now. I still have it. Amber ring. Check your inventory.
It did not work. So I guess I'm gonna do it. I know there's a way you can do it.
I think I tried dragging it into the chat. Then he like picked it up.
Well, yeah. If you do that, you're gonna create a duplicate.
Well,
Because when you post anything in the chat, it just posts a reference. But what you got to do is you got to grab the little eye icon, like the information icon, and you should be able to drag that. But don't worry, I already did it, so you're good.
Okay.
Cliff, would I have had a chance to have attuned the daggers?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I wonder if
There
you
we
pass
go.
your 3 attunement items.
Those daggers are 7 attunement spaces.
Oh no. Does the ring count as one or no?
Yes.
Oh no.
I figured, an extra 5 hit points was more useful to you than a +1 history to me.
That is true.
And the number of times you've been stabbed in the back by things.
Was once?
More than once.
Was it?
I think once with the barrel vampires, once with, Dad zombie.
The one vampire that we killed, and then the thing that he was trying to get
And that wraith
off
thing.
of Screech. Yeah.
So he's been mauled in the back at least 3 times.
I mean, he probably deserved it though.
Correct, but I have to heal him, and it's easier to heal if he can run away
True.
than have to go back and recover his corpse.
True. I get you. So it's a selfish motive. I got you. Yeah, so you guys pack up and get ready to head out. And as of right now, it's probably right around 6 in the morning or so.
Yeah, Chaplain would get up that early. I won't.
Get up.
Not willingly. I guess this is kind of like Chaplain's 9 to 5, though.
All right, I take it everyone's ready, so let's get going.
Please proceed.
Absol starts walking off.
So you guys start heading
Harkin's
back, following the wood line again. And after a couple hours of travel, you come across this area within the hills where you see the path sort of start to come back into play on the left-hand side, and you see these little plateaus, and you're starting to see some homes at the top of them as you encroach on that village.
Giant map is giant. I'm going to guess this place is named Sunrise Bluff.
Don't metagame.
All right. Is anyone missing out on any supplies, or can we just move on?
Well, as you guys are you guys like going towards it, or are you guys still staying on the outskirts of it all?
Absol would be walking towards it. Grab some food at least.
Okay. As you
Screech
guys
follows whoever's leading, so
Okay. As you guys start approaching, you're starting to hear like chatter off in the distance, and once you get within eyesight of everything, you start seeing that there are like banners and like streamers hung up, and it appears that there's some sort of like a celebration or something going on right now.
Oh, God. Maybe we don't need to stop here.
Which one? Please be more specific.
This whole town is too lively for me.
Perhaps it will do you some good. We should stop for supplies. I do not
Alright.
believe we have much in the way of food. Perhaps we could purchase supplies that I could cook in bulk for the entire group, as opposed to the dry rations you are used to consuming.
All right. Don't spread too far out.
Screech just starts repeating in Chaplin's voice, food, food, food.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. Let's go, Screech.
As you guys start walking up the path, you notice this barrel is just coming tumbling down the path in your guys' direction.
Oh, he's back?
Shut up! Shut up!
Run
Shut
back
the
at him
fuck
with
up.
open arms.
Like a barrel was rolling our way?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absol's
no, I'm
moving to the
stepping out of
side
the
of the
way.
road.
Yeah, Screech is.
Is it
staring
like coming
up the
straight
road.
towards us?
It's coming in your guys' general direction, yeah.
Should we intercept that?
Absol's already on the side of the road.
Yeah,
Uh,
Screech is steering out of the way.
Just at a real quick glance, is there anyone like chasing the barrel?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception check.
And
Oh. 2 20s in a row.
go ahead and give me a dexterity save, please.
That's fine.
Because as
He
you
is
guys
super
are all paying
dexterous.
attention to trying to figure out what's going on, look at you.
So the plan
Oh my
was to actually pop my shields to block it and prevent it from getting away, unless it looks like this is intentional and they want it to roll downhill, in which case I'll get the fuck out of the way. I don't
So
want it.
you do
Where's the
see
barrel?
someone chasing towards it. It does not appear to be that they intentionally did this. And you
I'm gonna
do
pop
have
my
just
shields
enough
to
time to pop your shield. Yep.
Hopefully stopping it. Hopefully not breaking the barrel. I'm not going to stop it any other way. With my 8 strength.
No, so I mean, you with your quick reflexes, you pop your shield out. It buries into the ground right as this barrel hits it, and it kind of shakes you a bit. And you hear someone shout out, "Oh, oh! What a lucky break you were coming!"
I'm going to retract the shield and quickly grab the barrel before it starts to roll again. I believe you have dropped something.
Oh my god.
Arkin walks over. Yeah, how much is it worth to you?
Go ahead and give me a general charisma roll.
All right.
Crit fail, crit fail, crit fail, crit fail. Close enough.
Oh.
I'll take it.
He sort of walks over and he looks at you for a second, and then he turns and looks at Chaplin. He goes, "Oh, I really can't thank you enough for that. Why don't you come up to the tavern and I'll buy you a drink?"
I am not strong. Are you going to be able to return this on your own?
As you say that, he just hoists it up onto his shoulder.
Thank you.
And
Die
he
in
just starts
combat
walking
like
up
a
the path.
barrel.
All
I'm
right,
gonna follow
Chaplin.
him.
Looks like you're coming to get some food too.
Screech is following.
Wait, Screech follows?
Yeah,
Weird.
I know.
Arkin, you gonna eat or you gonna look around?
Don't look around on an empty stomach.
All right.
And as he's walking, he's sort of walking, keeping up with you, Chaplin. How'd you guys wind up out here, especially on today? Today's a great day to be out here.
It was simple luck. We are traveling west and wish to stop by this town first.
Anywhere in particular out west you're headed?
I am
Nope.
not.
Middle of the woods.
Are you actually saying this to him?
Yeah.
He just starts laughing. You guys, some sort of druid sect or something?
Nah, I don't care too much about them jewels anymore.
We are simply travelers.
Oh. Well, travelers, you caught me on a good day. Today's my going away party.
And where are you going away to?
Well, I'm headed off to Amathil. The king out there has announced that the Frostguard Festival is starting up soon, and I'm going to go participate. The winner of it gets to be part of the Royal Army, and I've been practicing since last year.
Is that
Arkin
what
feels Arkin feels a strong nudge right in his side.
that what
yes.
the celebrations are for today? Is your departure?
Yes. So come, have some food, have some drink.
How exactly are you getting there, my friend?
Well, I paid for my seat on a ferry that travels out that way early last month, and it got me a little nook on the boat to he'll ride out there.
What kind of competition are you going to be participating in for the slot in the army?
Well, it's kind of like a tournament, a fighting tournament. It pits the best of the best against each other, and the winner gets a slot.
What is When is this going to take place?
Oh, it's gonna happen not more than 3 weeks from now.
3 weeks. Entry fee?
No, anyone's free to join. But
Arkin,
if you're
write
if
down
you're not
the-
tough enough for it, might be the last thing you do.
Yeah,
So we
write down
just-
the date of that arc, and maybe something that we can go try out in the future.
Arkin pops open his book and he starts scribbling in.
So you must be pretty confident in yourself if the stakes are so high for this thing.
Well, the stakes are high and it's worth it, but yeah, I can handle myself pretty well.
What
Uh,
is the name of this place we are in?
Oh, this right here, this is just a little nook that kind of got the coinage of Sunrise Bluff throughout the years. If you stand right in the center of town, when the sun rises, it peaks up right between those two homes there, and it's quite a beautiful sight, actually.
That would be interesting to see. Thank you.
So what happens if you lose this tournament? Because you're saying this is your going away party, so either you are absolutely confident that you are going to win a spot, or there is no coming back for the losers.
Well, it's mostly non-lethal, so there's always a chance I could come back, but I'm pretty sure I have a chance.
Are you planning to stay there if you do lose and survive?
It all depends on how things are going. I heard that there's supposed to be some big announcement made this year, so I'm thinking that the prosperity of finding a new life out there is pretty good.
How much is the ticket up there? How much did you pay?
When I did it, it was 50 gold, but trying to find a fare out there right now, I'd probably be hard pressed.
It's that popular?
If you talk to anybody that's part of a guardsman or any sort of fighters guild, everybody knows about this.
And what is the travel time from here in Ozo to Amethil?
So long as the weather's good, on a good fare, you can get there in just over 2 weeks.
So you would have to depart in a week to make it there on time.
Oh yeah, I'm headed out first thing tomorrow morning to Stydale, and we sail back out just a few days thereafter.
This celebration, where is it being held primarily? In the entire town, or is it focused around the tavern?
Well, most people are gathering here in the tavern, but you guys are free to wander around if you want. I mean, I wouldn't just go walking into people's homes or anything, but everybody here is pretty friendly.
I appreciate your hospitality. Is there a place you would direct us to purchase supplies?
Well, the tavern probably has most any little thing that you may need here. We don't have a lot of trade in this area here other than food and animal pelts, but
Food is the primary resource we were looking for.
well, yeah, go see Bello in the tavern and she should be able to help you out.
I will. Thank you for your time. Chaplain turns and walks towards the tavern. Thank you for telling me which one is the tavern.
Arkin's walking along. That doesn't leave us much time.
Yes, I'm thinking we could go and enjoy the festivities, then get a trip back if we can, scrounge up enough money. Maybe scope out the area.
Yeah, with that many visitors, we could get a idea of the land and what we're up against, and not
Screech
even
looks at
be
them
noticed.
in Asha's voice says, "No."
Arkin jumps. Don't do that.
Oh, you just found out you have an incredible amount of power over him.
We're not doing anything. We're just going to look and scout around and see what's going on.
Still in their mom's voice, "Do not." And she's using the angriest of their mom's voice that she's heard. Like,
She doesn't need to know. Do you remember seeing our dead bodies on the ground? Remember possible future if we do nothing?
Screech narrows her eyes and is just like... But she doesn't respond.
Hey, Screech. They got a competition, no entry fee. You go smack around people.
Yes, you can be our champion.
She kind of like pats the axe and then just gestures around to all the people. Like, as like she's trying to say, "I don't need to go anywhere for that."
Okay.
Perhaps
don't know
we
if
should
I-
discuss this in private.
Absol leans into Arkin. I don't know if I feel safe around her anymore, man.
She's fine.
I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat.
Yes.
I already forgot her name.
Yep, going inside.
Well, Bello, right?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. What was the name of the dude that we're celebrating?
The one you didn't ask the name?
Fair enough.
Champion of Sunrise Bluff.
Oh my god.
That's how I'm gonna be addressing him.
Oh god.
And as you guys walk into the tavern, you see that behind the bar is this sort of haggishly old lady wearing this stained apron. But she's kind of zipping around real quick and spry.
Just gonna go take a seat at the bar
I'm going
right up front.
to kind of walk up towards where she's walking around, but kind of wait patiently for her to have a minute. But kind of the standard, support personnel just standing nearby waiting for their attention. It's a standard thing in my job. I don't know if it's a thing in your job.
So she's kind of zipping around and dropping off drinks, and you can tell that it's really crazy and busy in here right now. And she's like, "Don't worry, I seen you guys come in. Just give me 1 second here." And she runs off and she puts some food on the table. She heads back. "All right, what do you guys want?"
You must be the beautiful and bodacious Bella with the Bluff. Can I get a just some breakfast for me and my companions here?
Go ahead and give me a general care.
Bodacious?
Give me a general charisma check.
Please crit this, just the stupid stuff.
I never want to hear the word bodacious again.
Oh God, I'm rolling that.
Yeah, no, burn an IP on that.
Okay,
There you go.
the mask isn't doing it for me anymore. I lost my fucking.
She kind of like puts her arm on the bar and sort of leans into you a little bit, and she bats her eyes. What can I get you?
I'm gonna have whatever everyone else is having for the celebration, and I think everyone else is just getting some breakfast.
So you want some pheasant eggs and some ham?
That sounds great.
And a tall glass of mead for this one right here. And she sort of smiles at you. And then she zips off.
I'm curious to see if she serves me.
She comes back and she has the plate full of food and she drops it off. And what's everybody else eating?
I would like to purchase supplies when you are available. please serve them first.
I'll have what he's having minus the meat. Instead, I'll take a water. Better make it a single. We have a lot of traveling to do.
She kind of looks at you for a second.
Less
and
ice.
and what about you?
Screech.
Screech repeats back in the waitress's or bartender's whatever voice. The pheasant eggs and ham.
And without even skipping a beat, she just nods, writes something down, and walks away. And then she pops back over and she has the food.
Screech looks very confused.
She pops back over, drops the plates off. She goes and she gets a empty mug from on the side of the bar area and scoops some water out of a bucket and drops it in front of Arkin. And then she's like, anything to drink? And she's just looking right at Screech.
In Arkin's voice, she says water.
She walks over, grabs another mug, scoops water out of the bucket, drops it in front of you, and then she stops in front of the chaplain. And she's like, and what kind of supplies are you looking for?
Primarily shelf-stable rations to cook for this group.
Okay. And is there anything in particular you're looking to grab?
Unfortunately, we have both meat lovers and more vegetarians in the mix, and thus a equal spread would be appreciated.
All right. And about how much are you looking to purchase?
I would like at least a week of food for 4 people.
All right. And she kind of just ruffles through things. Well, I got some jerky here, and we got some pine nuts, and we got, you want non-perishables, I assume, right? And she's like digging through like a satchel.
Non-perishables, however, I would like to provide a warm meal on occasion.
Okay. And she's just building these things, and she's putting it all in a bag. And that'll be 16 gold.
Do you accept silver?
As long as you got 160 of them, I do.
I do. That's about most of my earnings, but I'll throw that over and I'll drop myself down to 39. So I'll count out 160 silver because I don't actually have any gold coins. Thank you. Perhaps you may know I am looking for a simple journal, something to keep notes in.
We don't have any sort of binder here or anything, but I probably have some loose sheets of parchment lying around.
I would appreciate in your spare time if you find some. I figure I only have like the one book that I'm putting everything in. I should separate some of it. So I have, my notes and my prayers and everything in one book.
Alright. She zips away for a minute here and she starts dealing with some customers and she comes back with a few pieces and she's like, she just slides it over. She's like, we'll consider that all in the same purchase.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And then I'll back off and let her do her thing.
So, are you guys here for the celebration?
Something like that. We were passing through, heard of wind of it, and decided to give the champion here of Sunrise Bluff a drink or two.
Oh yeah, based on your guys' attire, I thought you might have been some of Periel's friends.
No, sounds like we're sort of in the same business though, but the first I'm hearing about him.
I hope he Hope he can make a good name for himself out there. He's a good boy. He deserves it.
Yeah, from what I see him making his use of his body out there with these barrels, looks like he's gonna do pretty good. And he stabs a fork down next to Arkin's hand.
What? It was falling off your plate. I was helping you out.
You know any other people going off to Amethyl?
Oh, not personally. Talk to the boy though. He might know a few other people that are doing it.
Yeah, we might. Seeing how if he's still sober by the time we're done eating.
You looking to go out there?
Eventually. Maybe not this time around, but yeah, eventually.
Yeah, you're kind of scrawny. You might want to put some muscle on you before you head out.
No, he points to Screech. That's the muscle right there. I'm more of the magic user.
Oh, you're a magic user, huh? Is that how you cast this spell on me?
You hear Arcus crow on his shoulder going,
Screech is trying not to roll her eyes. But they're so
all comes with
big.
What you looking at, Screech?
So, do you know of any other fairs that are still heading for this this tournament that's going to be in a few weeks?
Not really. I don't really bother myself with that kind of stuff too much. I got a lot going on here, so pretty much everything I know about it, I just learned from what he told me.
Right, fair enough.
But if you guys haven't secured a ride out there yet, what I understand, chances are you're not going to be able to get there in time for the festivities.
Understood.
Screech just narrows her eyes at him.
What?
In Asha's
Yeah,
voice, no.
They're gonna have to wait till next year, next harvesting.
He leans in a little bit and making sure no one else is listening outside of their group. Says, look, we need to at least see what we're up against. We have no idea right now. We are not going to pull anything. We just need to go and look and see. That's my opinion. I, for one, do not want to die.
Might be too expensive for all of us to go, but maybe we can send like Quell over or something if we get a ride for him.
Or some of the people that are planning on getting to their boats tomorrow don't necessarily make it. And
Screech
perhaps
rolls her eyes, and in Arkin's voice says, "Not now."
okay. We'll go and collect all of the precious gems for your crown and then go and hand your head over to the king next year. You're right.
Hey, can I get some fuel supplies? And he hands her over a list of stuff that he's working on for his potion.
And how many gold worth of rations you looking to get? Or reagents, rather.
Let's see what I got in my inventory.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, he slides over the gold that he does have. And like, whatever you can to fill up this list would be appreciated.
She's like, yeah, I think that we have most of that laying around here. Just give me a few to scrounge it up.
Thank you.
Now, you all do realize the big announcement is going to be about those kids of his, right?
That would make sense.
Once they are born, we might lose our window of opportunity. Just saying. I'm outvoted, obviously, but I'm just putting that out there.
I would rather a decade of a more difficult task than a few days of a insurmountable task.
I was trying to fucking try to kill them. Just looking, scouting. Do you know what scouting is?
Something that can be done with words in our current environment.
Chaplain, if you can find us a map of Amethyl, then I'm pretty sure Arkin would put this all out of his head. But
I will do my best. However, I do not have sufficient coin to purchase such if I come across one.
no, we got our treasurer right here, trying to steal some ham. Pretty sure he can offer up some money.
That is at his discretion.
No, I don't have a
Depends
lot
on
of
if-
money.
I happen to know a specific amount that you had at one point, which only a third of went towards the potion you had to purchase for Asha.
Well, you know, I'm a big tipper, you know. So, anyways,
I'm
I'm gonna go get
certain
some
you're
fresh
not.
air. I'll be back. He gets up and walks out.
After he walks out, Chaplain speaks to Absol. Absol, at some points, his inability to work as a team may become difficult to work with. If you are able to convince him to be more willing to share, it may aid us in the future.
If we need to get something and he has the money, he'll get it. Just joking right now.
I do not know if it was done in the presence of others, but I donated 3 times the cost of that potion to Arkin at one point, as I wished to aid with Asha.
Right, and we're gonna need to get Fair to go to Amethyst some way or another, and I know he's gonna cough up some money for it.
Is the plan to go to Amethyl now? Are we abandoning our current plan?
I'm gonna see what the what was that guy's name? Champion of Sunrise Bluff. I'm gonna go
Started
see
with
what
a P, I believe.
we're gonna go talk to him and see what kind of information he has.
Best of luck.
And as Arkin goes outside, he's already looking for that guy.
Yeah, it's not too hard to find him. Crowd of people gathered around, talking, being jovial. He's there.
He's gonna walk up into that crowd, wherever that is.
More like over here. And he sort of looks over at you, and when he sees you, he just turns back and just continues talking.
So, who else is traveling with you and also planning to participate in this tournament of yours?
He sort of looks and like he's in the middle of saying something. He's sort of like, it's just me going from here. But, you know, there's food and drink at the tavern. Have a great day. And he continues his conversation.
And what makes you so confident that you are good enough? You don't know the skill level or anything like that? Are you just the best in the land? You claim yourself champion. How did you earn that title?
Look, man. I never claimed myself champion. I said that I have confidence that I'll be able to make this. I've served my whole life in one way or another, defending and helping, building up my physical strength and my abilities. I have no way of knowing what's ahead of me. But I'm damn sure not going to stop just because of doubt.
That is very notable. So, I have a proposition to make for you. He like starts to raise his voice a little bit, kind of playing to the crowd. So, if you are the champion, then that means you wouldn't mind a bit of an exhibition before you leave, huh?
I love how done Cliff's face is.
He's just like looking at the other people like, is this? Are you serious?
I am very serious, and we'll put something on the line to bring up the excitement a bit. Let's say if I have a champion that can best you, then you put your ticket to Amethyst on the line, and then if you lose, that means that you probably didn't have a chance at winning the tournament there anyway. What do you say? And he like plays, like looks at the crowd. Huh? Doesn't that sound like exciting?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll on that one.
God, I hate him every time he speaks.
I
Yeah.
love me too.
No.
That's a decent as hell.
So you're the mouth, I take it, huh? You're not willing to put yourself on the line. You're trying to push someone else into the fight.
Oh, look at me. I'm more of a lover, not a fighter.
Oh, well. How about you go meet up with your friends and enjoy the festivities and then get the hell out of the town as soon as you can?
Oh, so that means you are declining the entertainment for the evening for everyone?
That is exactly what I'm doing. Have a great night, sir.
But that doesn't seem to be what the people want. And then he looks at the people and he's trying to persuade them to like start chanting for this to happen.
I mean, no one's really kind of doing much with it. Like, there's a couple people that are kind of looking at him like, eh. But then, as soon as he's dismissive of it, they're just like...
He's going to reach into his bag, his coin bag, and he pulls out like a handful of gold, and he like kind of looks at some of the people, and he's like out of the back of his hand, he's like kind of showing it to him and going, like winking at them. He says, "What do you say, eh?"
So,
God, you're such an
want him
asshole.
how much coin are you trying to put on this?
He just grabbed like just a handful of gold, so like maybe 10 or something. Bob's face.
He's like, all right. Go ahead. Give that gold to Elmiel over here. And you bring your champion out.
All right, I knew you'd come around. He hands over the gold and then he starts walking towards the tavern. And as he's walking, he's like, "Everyone, we're going to have a big exhibition fight. Champion against champion. Everyone should gather around." He gets back into the tavern.
God.
Absol pulls his hood just over his eyes. Like, oh, what did you do? You were gone 5 minutes.
Okay, everyone. He pulls up his stool. Great news. So, I booked us a fight. Well, one of us. So,
How is that good news?
because the winner gets a ticket to Amethyst.
We
No.
do not want to go to Amethyst currently.
Yes, we do. So,
No.
the people are all gathering up and
No.
waiting for this incredible fight.
No.
Who are you fighting?
Oh, no. I'm not fighting. No.
Then
I'm-
who are the participants?
Well, the guy who you helped with the barrel thing and our champion. He gestures to Screech.
She narrows her eyes and gives you the nastiest fucking look.
You can take him. I believe in you.
I believe it would be unwise.
See, he
to
believes too.
assault. I believe it would be unwise to assault.
Smooth, also fuck you.
You
I
can
will
do
let
it.
Screech
And
for herself.
worst case scenario, Screech loses. We get her healed up. We leave. No harm, no foul.
You put the pain of your companions at a very low value.
We are in pain constantly. Everything we do here results in us fighting something, and there's going to be pain.
Simply put, Screech has declined, and thus, if you wish to fight this champion, please feel free to do so, and then you can use the ticket on your own.
Okay, you're
As there
waiting on
is
the
only
parade as
one.
always. Okay, okay. He scoots like between like Chaplin and Screech. He's like, okay, Screech. So
She's shaking her head at him. Like she's looking at him, but she's just.
okay, all right. Let's do the voice thing, huh? And then he opens up the message spell. Okay, think about it.
No.
Why are you being so
No!
negative?
No.
Okay, give me one reason why you're saying no.
Your mom said no. She scares me.
Okay. She said
I'm gonna
no
tell
to,
her.
She said no
I'm gonna
to
tell
us
her.
doing anything.
I'm gonna tell your mom.
We're not doing anything,
I'm telling your
but
mom.
we're going to go and see.
I wonder if I have a spell.
Okay, so
Do you like Livy?
yes.
Okay, well, you know, on the present course, we are all going to die.
Oh, my
And everyone in Ozo, yes?
No.
Okay, minus one person who cannot die, who lives there in misery. So, that person
Oh! Melissa was not prepared for that. I need to go cry. Fuck you, John. Oh my god.
Am I lying? You seen what I saw?
You hear a voice from
I
outside.
know.
Hey, we gonna do this or what?
See, we're almost out of time. Look,
Screech just neutralized him and just, it's like, no. We knew that was a future that changed. We don't know that
Chaplain
was our
gets up and
future
walks outside.
now. That's what we decided on. That's what we thought about. And your mom said no. Your mom said not right now, so we're not going to do it right now because your mom scares me and I'm not going against that.
on our
You're
present-
scared of your mom.
Of course I'm scared of my mom. You've met her.
So why would you do something she told you not to do?
I always do what I'm not supposed to do. Have you not met me?
I'm going to use that against you.
Ugh.
Chaplin's gonna go and walk up to the guy yelling.
Yeah, so
I'm not fighting.
as you walk outside, you see the guy who helped you carry the barrel is standing there with his shirt off now, and you see that he is just rippled with muscle. And he has this sword in his hand, and he's spinning the sword around. And as he looks, he's like, "So are you the champion?"
Apologies. I wish to make it clear that the purple one, Arkin, has attempted to initiate something that we had not all agreed on. It is being discussed, but it is unlikely that his words will be accurate to our actions. My apologies for the inconvenience.
So, you're not fighting me then?
I was not going to fight anyone. I am a healer and a medical aid. The one he was attempting to convince to fight was Screech, the Kenku. She has declined thus far.
Well, you can let your friend know that if his fighter doesn't fight, he forfeits his money.
That is acceptable. Thank you for your time. And he walks back inside. And just waits by the door. He doesn't rejoin the group.
So why are you being so negative about this? We take risk every day. You're just saying no because you want to say no.
Me?
Yes, you.
No.
He's still talking to you through message.
Your mom said no.
Arkin, there is a man waiting to talk to you outside. He seems to have forgotten some of his clothing.
Screech just whips her head and stares at Chaplin like,
He has removed his shirt for the occasion of speaking to you.
she turns back to Arkin like,
I believe
So-
it is similar to the ceremonial wrestling formed in some religions.
So you are too afraid to fight him. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm afraid of your mother.
Arkin, is there a reason you are not replying to me?
He pulls out a dagger and just stares at Chaplin. Just slowly puts it down.
Screech just holds up a hand to Chaplin and is still like staring at Arkin with this angry look. He's like, it's not gonna happen. I'm scared of your mother. I'm not scared of this guy, but I'm scared of your mother.
So to everybody
you
else in
have-
this conversation right now, Arkin and Screech are
It's
just
just-
staring at each other, not saying anything.
Right,
And that's
Apple's
why
just sitting there, fucking drinking his meat as these two are staring at each other.
That's why I've been interrupting randomly, is Chaplin's not hearing a reply. So he's just been like, hello? I am speaking to you. But with both of them, okay, I'm going to let them stare.
So you're not afraid of vampires, you're not afraid of the darkness, you're not afraid of anything except for my mother.
You're afraid of your mother.
By which you would only find out if someone went to go run her mouth to her.
I'm gonna tell your mother.
Of course, so now you're a snitch. Okay, noted. So you're a snitch and a coward. Anything else I should know?
I'm not a coward. Even you're afraid of your mother. So
Your
why would
reason
you
for
not
not
listen
doing
to your
something
mother?
is
You
'cause
should
you're
always
afraid.
listen to your mother.
My mother did not see what we saw. She does not know what we know.
Your mother is afraid of your father. She says we'll all die if we go fight him.
She
She
knew
told us to
him
stay here.
many
She
years
told us
ago.
to stay here.
Okay, fine.
He killed a demon lord. He stayed like we stay here.
Allegedly. Do you believe every story a bard tells you?
Yes.
That is a huge problem. That is a massive problem. If you believe everything that you're told, you believe all that dribble that Chaplin spews out about the books he's read from all the fairy tales he's experienced, you are going to be in a world of pain when you find out the truth of how the world works.
It's art real? Like you just see her face absolutely crumple. Like books aren't real.
Books are real. The things that may be written in them may not be real.
But why would people lie?
Because lying benefits them.
The first
You should
truthful
know
thing
that
he said
more
all
than
night.
Of course, people are going to make up things and put them in books because people that are gullible are going to pick them up, they're going to read them, they're going to believe what's inside of it, and thus lead to profit and wealth for them. So all of these fairy tales about how good the gods are and how much they love us and care for us and take care of us. Yes, what have they done for you? Because I know they've done nothing for me.
So what I'm hearing is that you're really easy to get off track. And I can derail the subject anytime.
You can try,
I
but
just
it comes
did.
down to it that you are still afraid and you're a snitch.
I will snitch to your mother because she scares me.
Okay,
Maybe you
noted.
should listen to your mother. You said she was scary.
Uh-huh.
Were you
Yes.
lying?
Anyone going to speak? Or are we simply going to stare until the people outside become more angry?
He breaks message and he's like, nope, I think we're done here.
Thank you. And what is the resolution to your staring contest?
The resolution is, I think I know who my real allies are at this point. And he gets up and he starts walking out outside.
Thank you for threatening me with a knife. Real ally.
Absolutely gonna follow him. What's the plan?
He says, all right, everyone. Sorry about the holdup. There was a bit of an issue and some confusion. But I think we have everything resolved. So I would like to present you the champion you've been waiting for. And he points to Absol. Go get them, brother, and slaps him on the back.
That was not the prior agreement.
You shut up. All right, everyone, place your bets. Place your bets. You got this.
Absol, are you a willing participant in this?
I believe in you.
Absol's just smiling. He's like, yeah, I figured this was gonna happen. I've been prepping.
Yes, use your hocus pocus and stuff. You got this. Got a lot of money riding on you. All right, everyone, place your bets. I am taking bets for everyone for this grand fight.
He's like drinking and he like pulls the mug away from his face. He's like, what? So we're still doing this?
Absolutely. Don't listen to the shiny one. He tells a lot of lies. Anyways, yes, this is your champion. We got this. Let's do this. He starts walking off into the crowd, taking bets and everything.
You see him just stretching, and he's still got his shirt off. He's got his sword on his back, and he just sort of pulls it out, and he starts twisting it around a little bit. Now, are you sure you want to do this?
I mean, let's go for it, I guess.
I don't want your friend to have put you up to something that you don't want to do.
Nah, I'm always in the mood to slash around a bit. And how do you feel about magic, though? That's kind of my expertise. I mean, if you're going up there, you gotta be ready for everything, right?
He just smiles. I like your head. Let's go.
Get that a lot.
So, Cliff, Arkin is taking bets from the crowd. Like, how's the ratio looking?
Oh, the crowd is definitely expecting their champion to win.
Okay. Arkin's going to place a nice little bet in Absol's favor, just because he has the most to gain if Absol pulls this off.
How much?
Let's see here. Oh, God.
Chaplain is going to walk up right next to the other combatants and raise a finger in question.
To the other combatant, you said?
Yeah, it's a fighty dude. I can't remember his name.
Oh, he's not paying attention to you at all right now. He's sort of just like stretching, getting ready.
We'll
Would it
see.
be acceptable for me to heal whoever is injured after this is completed?
As long as you don't interfere with the fight, I don't care what you do after.
I will not. If you are in any way injured, I will heal you as well, if that is acceptable.
He nods, and he never breaks concentration of Absol.
So he's going to put 50 gold down. Already subtracted it from.
You subtract the other 10 too?
No, I'll do that now.
Okay.
All right. Absol casted a spell inside the tavern. If anyone walked out or was still in the tavern, then they've probably seen it with that pitiful roll. Trying to hide it.
The flock of familiars?
Yeah. He has how many is it now? Level 5, I think I get 4. So he has 4 doves inside his coat.
Are you John Wooing this fight?
I am preparing for a fight.
I'm preparing to pick up your corpse.
This is the first time I've actually had time to prepare before a fight instead of it just being thrust upon me.
This was thrust.
This was
upon
definitely not thrust upon you at all.
Oh my god.
So you hear someone from the side of you to your left call out, "All right, stranger, heads or tails?"
Give me heads. People seem to like mine.
All right. Heads are going to be even. Tails are going to be odd. All right. And with that, you see him take his sword, and he like holds it up towards his face a little bit, and he blows on the blade, and as he does, you see it just start to freeze over. And he twirls it, and he charges.
Ark is going to message Absol. He says, if it starts going bad, just pull his egg out.
Yeah, they both go unconscious. That'll end well.
So he runs off, and he just starts swinging at you, and you're just feeling this cold burn from this blade as it hits you.
A strong lead. Only half of your hit points are gone in a single turn.
Absolutely, your turn.
All right. Pulls a piece of coal from his pocket, throws it in the air, and in the same motion, he has the pistol out and pops the piece of coal, and he casts darkness on himself.
All right.
I'm sure the spectators will love not being able to see the
Right?
So let's see. 15-foot radius.
All right, so anybody within that circle is blinded right now.
Cool. I moved there to watch the fight. Now I'm blind.
And let's move behind him. And bonus action, he is telling his familiars to all aid him in the next round.
So with your familiars, do they each get a turn?
It would be like a normal familiar, but yeah, they would each get their own turn.
What's it called? Flock of familiars?
Yeah.
Just so I know what I'm doing here. All right, and you said you got doves?
Yeah.
Oh. You said you got 4 of them?
Yep.
Okay. No yawning.
It wasn't. It was a very calm Wookiee.
No Wookieing.
I make no promises.
Okay. And where are your doves? Are they staying in your coat?
No, as soon as the darkness spell went up, as a bonus action, he sent them out.
Okay.
And they're just flapping around, making noise to try to disorient them.
Okay.
And that's his turn.
Okay. And you hear him like, so this is how we're gonna play things, huh?
Thank
This is
darkness
how I
is your
fight.
friend.
And you hear this swing out of nowhere, and you feel that cold burn again. And you hear, you manage to dodge out of the way of that one. You just hear him just like swinging, like trying to follow your voice, trying to swing at it. Are your doves doing anything?
They just have the command to assist me.
Okay. Your turn.
And we haven't written this up. We've only talked about this. But now that he is in darkness, he is using his ultimate.
Of course.
Yes.
And do I have that written down? What it is yet?
We went over the details.
Well, you can describe it by audio because we can't see it.
I can't remember the number values. It's
12 per level.
9 and 3, I think.
Fancy fucker.
So a 9 for damage, a 3 for a heal, whatever that is, multiplied by
5.
my level. Yeah.
Yeah. So 15 heal, 45 damage.
Yeah.
But doesn't yours specifically say it targets multiple people?
No, that's for the spell effect afterwards. The effect would be they get advantage.
Okay. So go ahead and let me do this. Boop. So by using your alt, you do not regenerate your points for next session.
Right. Actually, I have inspiration saved from way back when.
Oh, you
Did I
do
do
have one of
anything?
those. Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. And go ahead and describe what happens.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Since everyone's not able to see it.
I think
Oh,
he was
so-
trying to keep it hidden.
Okay. Is that how you want it to be? Okay.
Yeah.
Describe the sounds that everybody on the outside is hearing right now.
Oh
Actually-
God, my leg!
Actually, they would see something like if they're outside of the circle, a black, viney, thorny crown, or not crown, halo, appears over Absol, Chaplin, and Screech, and they would hear something like a bird's wings flapping, but a giant bird. And they would hear the sound of Absol's pistol firing, but not normally like the sound of the sulfur, the smell, and all that. It would be more of an arcane explosion.
So there you go. And you hear the guy like, ah, what the hell was that?
Give up now, or it's going to happen again.
And you hear kind of a gug sound, and then you hear glass shatter. And he... No, this is fun. And then you hear the sound of him striking again.
Man, this guy.
Like
It's
he's a
a
champion
PC.
for a reason. It's
And
weird.
you feel this strike of the blade as it tings off of your crown and then drags down your face.
Ooh.
And as it does, everybody that's here, you see this darkness just dissipate. And you see him standing there with the follow through of this blade coming off of Absol's face, slicing his face open. And then Absol, as you look up and see him, he's staring at you and he smiles as he lunges. And as he takes a step back and he adjusts his posture, you can call this anytime you want.
All right. Tempted to do it again, but
Oh no, we're not doing no 2 alts in one session.
all right.
No.
Then let's do this.
That's a hit. And he's sort of like looking around right now, looking at these doves that are flying about. As a shot rips through his shoulder. And why are you attacking at advantage? Oh, because of the
You're
birds.
assisting him.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, I gotcha. Yep, that's a hit as well. And was this a lethal shot, or are you trying to maim?
Lethal.
So you fire the second shot off, and it hits him right in the head. And he just stands there for a second. And you guys see the frost effect slowly come off of his weapon as he loses grip of it, and the sword tings to the ground. And he drops to his knees. And then he just...
I'm going to walk over and cast a healing spell on him.
Haha, that's it. Pay up, bitches. He's going around and starts collecting his gold. That's right. You too. Yep. That's my boy. That's my brother right there.
Am I okay to cast?
Yep.
I fucking hate Arkin so much.
Absol just like drops to his knees near him, and there's blood dripping down his back. Even though this guy was standing in front of him this entire time. And he just leaves his pistol where he used to be standing, and he just waits for Chaplin to heal him.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. It was only a small heal, but
Yep, so he just sort of like looks at you and thank you. And he picks up his sword and he walks over to where his tunic's at, and he rifles through it for a second, and he pulls out this piece of paper, and he walks over and places it in Absol's hand and just walks away with his head down.
It's not wise to throw your life away.
I'll be better prepared next time.
I hope so. Naps is just sitting there on the floor now.
Arkin's collecting all his betting money and the 10 gold that he gave earlier.
Yep, so you're going to get a total of 103 gold.
Yeah.
I'll add it, don't worry.
Thank you.
Did you add it already?
No.
Really?
Yeah. He had a lot of gold, and that's minus what he paid for Mom's potion.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker. First National Bank of Arkin. He only
The sound of that.
himself. I fucking hate you.
All the doves fly in front of Absol, and he like thanks them as they walk by, and they disappear.
He walks over, like, counting all his gold with a big smile on his face, goes and plops down next to Absol. Like, good job. And he hands over, he counts out, like, and yep, that's about half, 25 for you. And he hands 25 gold over to him.
Chaplin walks out and sits by the entrance of the town.
We done here? I don't want to be here anymore.
Yes, I think we're done here. We're fed, we've got money, we have a ticket. This was a great success.
Yeah. And Absol starts walking to the entrance too.
So, what's your guys' game plan as far as where you're headed to now?
A conversation.
Okay.
Oh boy, here comes the lecture.
Does everyone leave town?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So please inform me, now that you have robbed this town of its hope and happiness,
Oh
what
my
is it that you are going to do now?
Have them not be all depressed once their champion leaves town to get slaughtered by a rising nation. of
And
Amathil.
what are we going to do with that ticket?
You give it to someone who is not us to go and scope out the area. This ticket was
Exactly.
never for us. We're staying here on Ozo doing what our task is. But our task later on in the future might be going to Amathil, and that's what this ticket is for information.
Screech nods, looks at Arkin, and repeats in Absol's voice, later.
I would have reacted much differently had that been informed to me prior to the violence incurred.
Look, there was two outcomes for him. Either he was going to go there to die, or he was going to be successful and he was being added to that man's army, our enemy. You remember our enemy? Going to kill us all? Going to cut my brother's head off?
My frustrations were more in the fact that you were actively going towards a task that was going to send one of us or all of us to a different nation we are not supposed to go to.
I would
was
send one of
operating-
us by ourselves? What sense does that make?
None, which is why I was upset about it, because you did not inform me of the plan that you had created. If you keep your team, if you are willing to use that word, informed, we will be much more willing to aid you in things. Please understand that if that had been your task and plan for us to leave the continent, I would simply be walking back to Dorethius.
You want me to inform you of my plans before I make them so that you can argue them out of me. That
I want
does
you
not
to
sound
inform us of the plans that involve people beyond yourself before you take actions that affect people beyond yourself. Am I alone in this line of thinking? Am
Screech
I
is shaking her head.
thinking incorrectly? I'm not used to these group dynamics.
Fine, I will let you know before I do anything that involves another teammate.
Thank you.
Can we go now?
Please.
Before this town does bad things to us, it would be wise.
They just seen their champion get his ass kicked. They're not going to mess with us.
There are many more of them than there are of us. We should leave swiftly.
Well, lead the way, somebody.
Upsel's walking off in front of you guys.
Arkin's following.
Follow last few paces behind.
All right. And so, which way are you guys headed?
Where is the map of Ozo? So, where's my drawing thing? So we would be going. That's not where I expected that to get drawn. Like that.
So you guys are. Oh, what the fuck? What is... Okay, so you're headed out out to the path, following the path up to that way.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Love the strong thing.
A bit away from the town, Absol. Something I would like to attempt is to try to remove a curse to see if that will remove the crown from your head. That is something I would ask you if you are willing to do before I attempt it.
Not just yet.
Understand that it is something I can attempt. Please let me know if you would like me to do so.
Let's try that out later once we get them all and see what that does. I don't want to impede any progress that we have going on with the crown.
Normally, removing a curse does not remove the curse from the item, but simply releases its hold on the person affected temporarily. I would
You ever
not
try-
expect... Pardon?
You ever try that with an artifact though?
I have not actually tried it before. Simply something I know I have the capacity to attempt. Did not run across many cursed items. In fact, this may not be cursed. It is simply a diagnostic tool I wish to attempt.
Yeah, we'll try that later.
Understood. Please enjoy your headgear.
The
So
good old chapel shade.
As much of it as I can. I've kind of gotten the feeling Chaplin is very passive aggressive.
Yes.
Bob
and-
is not as upset as Chaplin is. Just...
So Absol, you're leading the way.
Yes.
Okay. For no reason in particular at all, please give me a D6 roll.
That's either really good or really bad.
I think it's random.
It can't be good or bad because there's nothing. And can you make me a D12 roll for no reason whatsoever?
Oh, D12?
Nothing is very bad to Arkin because there's no pockets to loot on nothing.
True.
Love you, John. One of these days we're gonna kill each other.
Probably.
In real life or in the game?
Oh, only
What?
in the game.
No, only in
I
the
love
game.
this guy.
Sometimes I wonder.
If Arkin had thrown that dagger, I would have seriously contemplated Chaplin just leaving the party and rolling a new character because Chaplin would be done with your shit if you just attacked him out of the blue.
Fair.
You could always take over Screech so I can play my dwarf.
I don't think I could,
It's easy, you just don't talk a lot.
but I like talking. I like hearing the
I
sound
know.
of my own voice. I'm making the internet have to listen to my
He's like,
voice.
what?
I know.
I suppose I should let Cliff talk or something, but no, this is my show. We're here to listen to me.
I agree.
Please continue.
Thanks.
God agrees. Bob and Cliffhangers. Quests and Bob hangers. No, I'll work on it.
We'll clean that up and get back to you.
Yeah.
I quit. I quit.
I don't know what a bob hanger is, but it sounds unpleasant.
Right.
Oh no.
Totally different channel theme.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm allowed to do that on Twitch.
Only if we get reported. So you guys make your way to the path and start following it towards the northwest. And about a day or so away from the little town that you guys were in, you guys see a covered wagon that is coming from the direction that you guys are coming from, and it's going past you guys.
It's been a day or two.
Is what?
It's been a day or two, you said?
It's been a day. Yep.
Did Absol ask for his wounds to be healed or just deal with it?
No, he's dealing with it.
Okay. And you said a covered wagon going the opposite direction?
No, it's headed the same direction you guys are.
We're catching up to it? Or is it catching
No,
up to us?
so it's coming from the way you guys came from, going in the same direction as you.
It's catching up to us. Okay.
Correct.
Before anything, Absol would have told Arkin if he can send the ferry ticket or whatever we got
Mhm.
back to Durentius with the Craven.
Don't know if he can go that far from me. And if he did, it would be kind of hard pressed to get him back. I have another method. Now, Cliff, we talked about this before, and it's totally up to you about like there being like a thieves guild kind of communication system with like sending like a raven essentially.
Yeah, you haven't set that up though.
Okay. When we get to the next town, I will be able to send it off.
Just so you guys know, you have about a 5 to 8 day travel ahead of you to get to where you're going.
Neat. Sure we won't find anything bad along the way.
Are we stopping the wagon or?
Hey, you think if we go to Steindale, we'll have someone to take the ticket over to Durentius?
What would I need to roll to figure that out, Cliff?
Insight. Insight with disadvantage, probably.
Oh, well, I
He
don't
does
think
not
I need
get worse than
disadvantage.
that.
I've never been to that place. I don't know.
Taking a look at that wagon coming up, is it a oddly familiar wagon?
Nope. Just a run of the mill.
Can I just take a minute to look at it and kind of get a feel for what like it would be carrying or what its purpose would be or how many people are there, yada yada?
Sure.
Is that sure roll or sure I'll tell you in a minute or?
Sure roll. It looks like it is just a like a passenger wagon. You can see that there are a few people in there. Right now, they're about 50 to 100 feet away from you, so it's kind of hard to gauge exactly how many there are. But it looks like there's like 3 or 4 people in it.
We are being overtaken by a wagon. Perhaps we should get out of its way.
Or perhaps we should hitch a ride.
Then please feel free to discuss that with them. And Chaplain will stop and turn and face the wagon.
No. I think my brother would probably be better at brokering that sort of deal.
Perhaps.
Oh, people love to see my face. Or my head or whatever the hell that guy said. Absol's gonna stop in the side of the path that we're on and wait for the wagon to come by.
And what are you doing as you see it? Because from it approaching you, it doesn't appear to be slowing down any.
Getting his hat off his back belt and he like waving him down.
Okay. You hear someone yell out, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" And the car comes to a stop. Like, can I help you guys?
You might be able to actually. Where y'all heading off to?
We're headed off to Stydale.
Ooh, that actually might be even better. You think you got how much room you got for 4, maybe 5 hitchhikers?
Sorry, friend, we don't have that kind of room.
Maybe you're willing to trade with us, and we can carry our load, sit where the products we bought used to be, maybe clear up some room.
No, we don't really have much to trade here. We're kind of in a hurry to get there.
I don't suppose y'all are going to Amethyl, are you?
You guys headed there too?
No, we got a ticket. We're trying to send one of our family members over, and we're pressed for time. That's why wagon might be helpful.
Well, I mean, if you need us to carry a message, we could do that. The price is right.
He looks over at Arkin. What kind of message could we send back at Durentius to let him know that we got a ticket to Amethyl for someone? Where do we even pick it up at?
Well, if you guys want, we can put it on hold at one of the taverns.
That should work.
Yeah. Let's see.
Make sure we leave a detailed note with it for Quell, letting him know what we're doing and not to tell Mom.
Yeah.
Screech narrows her eyes.
Oh, don't worry. This doesn't involve you, Snitch. He turns back around.
Well, here's what I got. And he pulls off one of his coin pouches. I got a whole lot of copper just for you to deliver this to a tavern. And he pulls out a single gold. And this for going out of your way for us.
And as you do that, all four of them in unison start laughing.
All right, I see that y'all are fucking out here living the good life, right?
This sounds like it's an important message you want to deliver. I'd say at minimum it's a $15 fee for this courier, and if you want to put something on hold at a tavern, that's going to cost you at least 10 gold. So how about we call it 25 gold and we get your message there safe?
25. It's a whole lot more than I was expecting to pay for this.
Well, best of luck with getting your message there, friend.
Now, I do have 20 on me, and that's just for me. If any of my comrades here are looking to pay up anything, but this is more of a me issue.
You know what, brother? Since I am such a good brother, I will take care of this one. And he will count out 25 gold and hand it to the guy.
All right, I'll subtract it for you.
All right.
Like, all right, and what's this message you want me to send?
Message is going to Durentius, to a Quell. Tell him to get his ass over to Steindale as fast as possible. Take this ticket, go to Amethyl, and tell him that it's a late birthday gift to just enjoy himself while he's there.
All right, we'll make sure that's done.
Arkin's going to transcribe that message and then tear a piece out of his book, fold it up, and then hand it over.
The guy at the range takes it and he puts it in his front shirt pocket.
Absol goes into his pocket and takes out the ticket to Amethyl and hands it over as well.
All right. And they take the ticket and everything, and they head off unless there's anything else you're saying to them.
Nope.
All right, so yeah, they take off, and you see them after a while just turn to a haze in the distance.
Absol keeps walking and he speaks up so Arkin can hear him. Well, you know we probably just lost our ticket and some money, right?
Probably.
All right. He just keeps going.
I was just going to wait till we got to a messenger ourselves, but we will see.
I mean, we have what, a week to be able to get someone over there on the ferry and to take off.
That's true.
Huh. We'll see how this works out.
Yep. Yes, we'll have to mind our tongues about any future plans regarding Amethyl around certain people. And he gives side eye to the Screech.
Screech rolls her eyes the most dramatic way that she can.
I concur, Screech. Unfortunately, I do not possess the capacity to roll my eyes, as they do not roll.
As you try to roll your eyes, all of a sudden everything gets a little bit more acute as you start seeing the crevices and nooks of every shadow around you.
What?
You have superior dark vision for 120 feet.
Interesting.
Wow.
Goody. It's back. Absol has randomly spits up gold. I'm excited to see that back.
My God,
Like
not me.
that should be the name of our campaign. Randomly spits up gold.
Arkansas is like, yeah, no, it's fine, Screech. No, you're right. You can snitch all you want, even though the very person that you're planning to snitch to is only alive because I defied her order to leave her condition alone. I did not, and she's alive for it. But no, it's fine. It's fine. And I'm so glad we're such good friends, after I almost got my whole spine ripped out of me trying to cover your ass. No, it's fine. It's fine. Snitch away. I see what kind of friends we are. No, it's fine.
She looks at Absol and in just a mash of a lot of different voices, just, your mom scares me. Like she's just ignoring Arkin, just staring right at Absol. Your mom scares me.
Absol looks at her, gives her like a half smile. Yeah, she's scary, but I ain't gonna stop me from doing what I want to do.
She just throws her hands in the air and just looks like she's just given up.
Arkin fist bumps Absol.
She's trying to protect us. We're trying to
Seems familiar.
further.
God damn it.
If we had things her way, she would have us locked up and Durentia's not doing shit. Because she only cares about protecting us, not what we could be out here doing.
And you guys continue walking through. And let's go ahead and do a little quick intermission for 5 minutes here at most.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and kick off a battle royale while we do that. So we'll be right back.
So I left like 10 minutes. Who were like, gotcha.
Yeah, dick. No, it's fine.
Oh, cat left.
That was you. Nobody else is here. I'm in charge of the stream. That's not how that works. I'm gonna go snacks.
Hello, internets.
Go back here, the only bathroom.
Yeah, it's just me. I'm talking to nobody. I could talk to myself.
There could be chat there. I don't know. It doesn't look like anybody's talking in
Nah,
the chat.
there's
there.
no one here. I'm just talking to myself.
Why is Ben there?
What's she yelling about?
I don't know. Oh, was just talking to myself because I could.
Hey, that's what you got to do. I talk to myself frequently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I offered to cast Note remove curse and absol. It's like, nah, I like having permanent headwear.
I got things planned for Absol.
Yeah, but just like imagine if someone else could wear it. Oh no, the thing that fuses to your head. Let's put it on say the person who can remove it if remove curse works and has a metal head anyway. Or just not wear it.
Chaplain's just trying to steal all your power.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
He's trying to be Mecha Chaplain.
Wouldn't
Can
that be
warlocks
awesome?
can warlocks get remove curse? I feel like they can.
I don't know. Can they? I feel like they are curses. Like,
I feel like they can
Right.
only get apply curse.
Right? I think that is a spell, actually. Bestow curse. Yeah,
Bestow
that
curse.
is a spell. That's actually a really good spell. I need to get that.
Apply curse is just a more funny way to call it.
Chaplain is an armored glow stick.
accurate.
When you that one running scene, with different lights flashing as he was.
So I should prepare the spell Daylight.
Oh my god.
Can I swap a cantrip out for Dancing Lights? Just have like a rave mode. My eyes just.
Sure, do that at your next long rest.
Oh no, the
I
fight's
can't
about to
swap
break
out
out.
cantrips.
I don't care.
I think with the that updated classes thing, it says like most classes can.
I mean, I've never cared if you did or not.
I've been complaining about my cantrips for ages.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one thing to complain about it. There's another thing to actually do something. You also been complaining about your fucking ability scores. What do you want me to do?
Point by. We've had that conversation.
Oh. I've heard so much about point buy.
Yes.
Hey,
Do you want me to snag him? I'm right here. I can
no,
do
it's
it.
fine. You're doing a great job
Are you
of.
sure?
You're doing a
You
great
sure?
job of mitigating against me hearing him complain about it more.
Can wouldn't it
God.
make sense for Chaplain to be able to go to like a Warforge shop and I don't know, maybe get something to boost his abilities?
Warforged are us.
shop.
Yeah, like imagine like you take his head off and put it in a different body.
Welcome
and
to Warforged
like, boom.
Depot.
His stats are all different.
Welcome to Warforged R Us. Like,
I'd like
what the
more
fuck?
arms, please.
I'm just throwing out options.
I think the one cantrip that I just wish I had picked up is Light, just because the theme.
Yo, if you want to switch out cantrips, I honestly don't care. You just gotta do it at a long rest.
Okay.
All right. Well, now that everybody's back, so yeah, you guys continue your journey, and for the most part, it's fairly quiet. There's a few other passerbyers that you see coming both directions. A couple more that you see are actually going towards Stydale to go towards Amethyl. And as you're nearing the end of 2 days, you guys come across this fork in the road where you see the trail branch off towards the Windshield Woods, double back down towards Stydale, and then continue up towards the north. And at this fork, there are several trees, and all of the trees have these naked corpses with their hands tied behind their back and blood coming from their throat, swaying in the wind.
The decoration capacity of Glowfus is questionable.
Screech just deadpan stares at him.
Some religions practice methods such as this. Ooh. Are they wearing anything this way in corpses?
Nope, just a noose.
Interesting.
Hey, Joblin, I know you don't like when I do this, but imagine we get one of those guys down and I animate his body. You think we would be able to get some kind of answers out of him? I'm not sure the capacity of what they're capable of when I do that.
Do that?
Okay, Bob knows how these spells work, and the spell he's talking about is a spell I could prepare but choose not to. Can I use that knowledge, or do I need to make rules to understand the limits of those spells?
I mean, how many times have you casted Animate Dead in your life?
Fair enough.
So you give me an Arcana check if you want to.
I will do that. Skills, Arcana.
Oh god.
I'm gonna
You'll
use one of my rerolls.
Okay.
I feel like that would be an accurate role for Chaplin in this situation, though.
Coming out of a church that handles all sorts of deities and all sorts of bad deities included, I'm willing to think. I just don't want to crit fail whatever he could tell me that I get out of that, so I'm going to roll again.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll take an 11 as opposed to a crit fail. I don't want to,
So you know that most of the time that Animate Dead creates zombies. And zombies, for the most part, are pretty lifeless. Depending on how soon after their death you reanimate them would determine how much of their old personality they still have. But most of the time, it would be just a husk at your command.
I am not certain how long deceased these individuals are. However, undead usually are not very verbose. I may be incorrect, and these may be individual or special circumstances.
Nah, if you ain't 100% on it, then I'm not even
However,
gonna try
I
it.
may possess a. If you wish to spend the night here, I may be able to attempt something. Where is the library? Spells. I think I have speak dead. Spell. If I can find it.
Melissa, whatever you're jingling, it's really loud in the mic.
It's the dog, it's not me.
Leica, whatever you're jingling, it's really loud in the mic.
Micah, go lay down. She's right under the mic. Go lay down.
Tell her to speak.
I'm sorry. She doesn't. I'm sorry. Actually, come here. Let me just take your collar off.
Chaplain kind of flips through
Oh,
his
thank you.
prayer book and whatnot. I do believe if we spent the night, I could prepare a spell that would allow us to speak with them, assuming that their vocal cords are not too heavily damaged from the injuries to their neckline.
I don't know about you, but I'm not too fond about sleeping under a bunch of hanging dead people.
I am not either. I am simply providing an option to provide the solution you're looking for.
I was only offering because I feel like you would want to figure something out about this. I'm sorry for them, but we got shit we need to do.
Indeed. So we're at the fork in the road, right toward the Windshield Woods, left towards the rest of creation, and this is which direction?
It's on all sides. Well, I'd say it's on 3 of the sides. So it would be on the north side. It would be north side and west side of the path are where they're at.
Okay. My only concern is if this is a warning to those who would follow, or if it is simply them displaying those who have committed crimes. I'm not as familiar with the local laws, or what governing body would inflict this kind of punishment.
All right, how about this? The group situation. Let's put it to a group vote. Who wants to stay and talk to these guys? Yeah, who wants to just continue with what we're doing?
I would vote to continue simply because I do not think any answer they give us would make us decide to not continue towards our destination.
Screech?
Screech looks at the bodies, then looks at Absol, and looks back at the bodies. It's just, what?
Screech, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, okay. That's not gonna go well. I got 3.
Yeah.
That's good, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I miss Boxa.
So yeah, you see the 5 corpses that are hanging, and in your current state, you don't put together any pattern or anything of them. It's just 5 people hanging.
She just looks confused. Like, you might not remember, but she doesn't know that you can fucking raise the dead. She wasn't paying attention.
Actually, allow me 1 minute. I can sometimes divine answers, and I can simply see through the god of death if speaking to these, or rather animating them, would provide any useful information.
All
If that
right.
is amicable.
Yeah, do what you need to do.
Then I'm going to kneel down and pray towards the god of death. I don't. So this is augury, standard divination nonsense. I don't know what you want to do for how I would divine to the god of death amongst a pile of corpses, because we haven't really settled down on what I do for augury.
Mm-hmm. What are you asking?
If we animate these bodies, will they be able to provide us with information?
All right. So you ask and you kind of rustle through your belongings and try to find like a proper offering or something to use for the god of death. And while you're looking through and thinking this question, you hear sort of this like rustling sound, and you look up, and as you look up, all of the corpses are staring at you, and they in unison say no, and then their heads droop back down. No one else sees this.
That is frightening.
Chaplain literally just kind of stares completely deadpan for an uncomfortably long amount of time and stands up and states, I do not believe we will find any useful information. I think it is time for us to go. And he stands up and starts kind of walking in the direction that they're supposed to be going.
All right, guys, I guess we're going. Chaplain looks a little spooked.
Good RP on that cliff.
What's and follows.
A little bit away from the pile of corpses, Chaplain will state, sometimes getting a direct answer from the deity can be disconcerting. Apologies.
If you get more direct answers, I feel like our paths will be more on a straight and narrow instead of trying to guess all the time.
It was very clear that we would not get useful information from he just kind of trails off and keeps walking.
And he like pats him on the shoulder. Well,
Clang, clang.
let's see what we find going this way.
Amidst our travels, kind of just to the party, do we want to be taking time to like sit and craft or kind of rest at the end of days and things like that, or are we just kind of power walking the way there?
Screech isn't walking; she's riding.
I don't
Crazy
think we
ass
should
bird.
be in a huge rush because we are not currently in a dangerous scenario, and being a little bit more prepared seems wiser. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think taking some extra time through the nights to craft and get ourselves prepared for whatever we're going to is the best idea.
Cliff, would it be copacetic for us to do a little bit of crafting along the way?
Of course.
Also, given the supplies that I purchased and the fact that we're going to have a bit of downtime, I'm going to, once a day when we set up camp, cook a meal for Screech, Arkin, Absol, and Perot.
Okay. Even Arkin?
Wow.
I'm not
Me
necessarily
too.
going to cater to his palate as much, because the rest of them like meat more.
Yours ain't gonna have no salt in it.
Oh no, plenty of salt.
Captain's feeling salty.
It was fun.
Absol's still working on his potion.
All right. If anybody is doing anything like that, go ahead and give me a roll.
Do you want me to roll herbalism for potion crafting and cook utensils for how terrible my meal is?
Well, you gotta do one or the other.
Well, I guess I will cook for the party.
I'm going to start
Yeah.
trying to sew those hidden dagger holsters into his armor that he was crafting.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Screech is still practicing copying pages from her books and practicing forgery.
Okay.
She's not doing great.
She has 3 rerolls.
She does, and I'll use one because it's getting late tonight anyway. Motherfucker!
She still has 2 more rerolls.
I'm afraid to roll lower.
I like how the dice can make content. Like
I
roll
don't.
a joke.
We only got an hour and a half left at most. You got 2 rerolls. Your call.
Fucking one more time, and if it rolls lower, I swear to fucking God damn it!
You still have 1 more. Don't give up now.
Come so far.
This is how
Just
gambling
scribbling
works.
on page after page. It's getting worse.
Just scribble, scribble, what the fuck? Scribble, scribble, what the fuck? I'm do I want to do it one more time?
I don't know.
Fuck
Do you
it, it's
wanna do it?
content. It's content.
Oh my
No,
god.
okay.
Well,
I
that's-
quit. This is my last game. I can't do this anymore.
Last game this week.
True. I'm not going to let you play any more this week after tonight.
Ark is just using his hidden mage hand and just keep flicking her pencil every once in a while. Snitch.
Oops, I spilled all the salt in your meal.
Hey, you don't know he's doing that.
Hey, John, give me a D4.
Aight.
Seems how we ain't used one of these yet. All right, so you rolled a 21 on your thing.
Cool.
How many times have you rolled for this? I feel like this is the first time you've really sat
The
down and worked
first
on
time to try it, because it's the first time he's had the daggers to
Okay.
actually sit down and actually do this.
Perfect. Okay. So you need 29 more.
Okay.
All right. And Bob,
So,
roll me 2d4 plus 2, please.
six.
All right. So you guys wind down and make up camp just off the road. Chaplain, you put to use some of the ingredients that you got from the little town that you guys were in and cook up a meal. And everybody who consumes it is going to get 6 temporary hit points. But other than that, it's pretty peaceful. As you guys branch off towards the woods, the foot traffic dies down, and you're not seeing nearly as many people. You've never seen anybody on this trail, in fact, yet. And as you guys are sitting there, you guys have this clear view of the northern skies. And you guys hear sort of a low hum. And you guys see this blast of bright light as this explosion happens in the sky to the north of you guys. And you see this giant aura of magic shoot through the sky. And when it dissipates, the skies almost look like the northern lights, but they're dancing with just pure blue. And about 30 seconds after you guys see this explosion, you guys feel this burst of cold air shoot over you.
Are we perhaps nearing our destination?
A day or two, but
This would be too early for effects such as that.
yeah.
From a map perspective, is this in the direction of where we are going? Is this like straight in front of us kind of thing?
It kind of does appear in that direction. Whether that's what it's from or not, it's hard to tell, but it's definitely, it's to the north is where this all happened.
And is it like, well, we're in the forest. Are we in the forest yet?
No.
Okay.
No, you guys are about a half day's travel away from the Windshield Wood still.
Okay. Are any of you aware of what would cause something like this? Am I aware of anything that would cause something like this? And I flip through my notes.
Check your disc, man.
I forgot about that. Thank you. I'm gonna pull out that funny disc thing that, did terrible things. Perhaps you should all stand back for a few moments. I will wait until you are at a acceptable distance.
Screech steps the fuck back.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Assuming people move or don't,
Yeah, Arkans moved away.
Chaplain's going to investigate said disc and see if it has symbols again.
It feels cold to the touch, but other than that, it looks identical to what it looked like last time you seen it.
I might as well. I'm going to cast Detect Magic. Tier 1 spell. Any magic coming from the disc?
Oh yeah, it's still like as you cast it, you just see again like it looks like fog bellowing off of it of this rainbow of colors of magic.
And if I, pull it to the side again and look towards the lights in the sky, I know they're a distance away, but shit's happening. Do I see anything funny coming from that direction?
No, it still looks the same. Maybe the blue looks a little bit more vibrant than it did before you cast it, but
Okay. Just spitballing in the dark. Magic disc has a hole in it. If I look through the hole, does anything look different?
it does not.
Yeah, spitball the stupid thing. Is there anything? There's currently no symbols or what have you on the surface of the disc.
Correct.
I'm gonna open up my herbalism kit and look for just some kind of paste that I can use as, like, finger paint kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you got some berries and whatnot from there.
And I'm just going to try and draw a symbol on it. I will pick the, I believe it is a spindle, which is the symbol for the god of knowledge.
Okay.
Just to see if putting a symbol on there does anything.
You draw the symbol, and it doesn't appear to have any effect.
Interesting. I kind of wipe it off and then start putting everything away and putting it back in my pack and announce to the party. It is still magical, however, no symbols have reappeared.
Awesome.
I
This
can
is
try
something
many
else.
other things, however, it does not seem to be connected to the current astrological events.
Let's just keep going and let's put on some extra clothes, I guess.
One more. Perhaps you should. Previously, you were able to see a rainbow of colors in the sky. I do not remember how you did that. But if you can repeat that process now, it may reveal further information.
So I can see it for a few seconds when I activate my gem thing. But the only way for me to get out of that state is to interact with one of your guys' souls. I already got a no from Screech that I ain't doing with her. And if I remember correctly, you don't want to go back in that place, Chaplain?
I would like to avoid it. I'm certain that your brother would be willing for the sake of diagnostics, and I am happy to wake both of you.
I'm actually a little concerned about what's going to happen if I try to do it with Chaplain. Seeing how we're twins, he's more of the infernal and I'm more of the celestial.
Chaplain?
I translate.
Or Arcan. Let's just keep going the way we're going and we'll figure something out.
Understood. Thank you.
So you guys are at camp, and it's nighttime, just for the record.
Yeah. Like, where are we going?
I'm going to sleep.
Actually, I did try casting a spell on the disc in the past, correct?
Yeah, I think you tried.
I slapped a
Mending.
cantrip on it and it did nothing. Yeah. I don't remember what it did though.
Mended it a little bit.
From
Yeah,
Arcan's
it worked a little bit. Right.
little usual side hidden position from the camp, he's gonna start climbing a tree to see if he can see anything above, like if he can get high enough above the tree line. If he can't from climbing, he's just gonna take off from there and just see what he can see from up there.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I still cringe a little bit every time I need to roll a perception check, even though I'm good at it now.
What are you looking for?
Looking to see if I can see anything unusual, trying to find the source of what might be causing the event and the cold temperatures.
Sure. Okay, so as you fly up above tree line and break through, your view of this anomaly does not change. It appears to be like in the sky. You're able to go high enough above tree line that it doesn't look like it's something in your immediate local area.
Does it seem to be like in a particular direction, or is it just kind of going all the way across the sky?
It's pretty much going across the entire horizon of the northern sky.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if there's nothing unusual, then he'll just swoop back down and finish his little leatherworking project and then get some sleep.
All right. Anybody else doing anything before bed?
Did you say I got all the supplies for the potion when I was at the tavern?
You got all the rations that you could afford, yeah.
Okay.
And I added that. Everybody go ahead and give me a D100 roll, please.
Really? I get a 9 on the D100.
It's
I got
better than a
6.
6.
I'm done. I'm fucking done. I can't do this anymore. I already have really bad anxiety tonight. Like, I can't roll.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna have another panic attack tonight. That's what I'm gonna do.
It's supposed to be a game of fun. You're not supposed to have panic attacks.
I'm sorry, I have anxiety. Okay. Chat is helping. Fuck you guys.
I mean, there's nothing bad about all this. There's that, right? This isn't bad. It's just, you know, you could have got a little bit more for everybody.
I wonder
Alright.
if it's in the chat too. What the fuck?
Wow.
I rolled 100 when I rolled in the chat.
Well, that's what that's
Oh
'cause
no, I didn't want the D. This
Yeah.
is dumb.
you didn't want the D.
Well, when I rolled 100, you got 100.
Yeah, no. Well, fuck. Yeah. Shut up, Allie. I got it.
Are you gonna try to make a potion?
Yeah, the one that he's been working on.
Go ahead and make a roll.
What would that be on? I guess it'll be on the poison.
You're making a poison or a potion?
A potion. The one for what he's doing later on.
You don't have any skill for that, do you?
No.
Oh.
Maybe if I just, rub this rock and this berry together, it'll heal me.
Go ahead and give me a D20 at disadvantage.
Poison or potion? Good question. Oh wow.
Oh, it's a poison now.
Oh
This is
wow.
gonna be great.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
I need another D20.
I'm supposed gonna die.
No,
Oh
you
my God.
just made no progress. Any progress that you had is destroyed. You should probably link up with someone who knows how to make stuff.
We don't have any of those.
No.
Just to probe my own brain, the strobing lights and the cold front nonsense, is there any religious pantheon that could connect to?
Um,
I'm sure I could, make an argument for a bunch of them, but
well, go ahead and do that.
Sure. Religion?
No, make an argument for who it could actually.
I unfortunately don't know all the gods as well as you do. I really need to list the pantheons at some point.
I sent them to you.
Doesn't
I
mean
have
he
the gods, but not the pantheons.
I didn't send you the full Excel file with like the names and everything.
Excel file.
Oh, okay, I'll give it to you.
I'll look in a minute. Oriole, goddess of winter would make sense.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a religious roll.
Religion. Heh. Using a d20. Nope, using a d20. I will not roll low on my fuck.
Low on my fuck.
You got one left if you want to risk it for the biscuit.
I
This
don't
been
like
going great
rolling
so
low
far.
on religion rolls. I'll
I
take
hate the
that
dice
9.
tonight.
There is nothing that you can think of in a religious scope that would be causing this. Anything that she would be bringing typically wouldn't come until after snowfall. And she does not typically have any sort of grand announcement when she's going to arrive like that.
Yeah.
So you would, based on what you can gather, this is not a event of the divines.
Good enough. Thank you. And I will check my Google Drive to see if I have that list. Nah.
I'm guessing your sweater's green.
Why? Does it?
What?
I want that sweater! Oh my god!
Yeah, I was telling Brittany earlier, like I need to get a blue screen so I can wear green shit because I actually have like 2 full green ugly
kinda
Christmas
like it.
sweaters that I won't be able to wear. Well, I guess I could,
No,
but
you should wear them.
we'll
That's
see.
Wear
Good
just green
thing
clothing.
I
just have it
didn't
to that
wear-
head.
Oh man, I have the best sweater that I should wear when we get a green skin. Oh my god.
But we got like 2 more sessions before Christmas. 1 more session before Christmas, 1 after. I'll still wear it. So yeah, so y'all's get some sleep.
Chaplain, you good?
That's why Chaplin doesn't sleep. He has bad
Right.
apnea.
Chaplain just snored. I don't think he's supposed to do that because he's dying now.
Check his pulse. Do they have pulses?
I don't know.
Apologies, a gear was grinding. It's like an arm got stuck.
So you guys continue on your way, and by nightfall, you guys are entering the Windshield Woods, and it's just a thick, like pine barren of tall pine trees that are just blocking that coastal wind that blows in from the north.
Is it a bit warmer in there then?
You would think that it would be, but it still feels about the same. As you guys continue through with your journey, you come across an area where all of a sudden the woods start to turn into more of a swamp-like environment. And to the best of any of your guys' geological knowledge, there are no swamps on Ozo. It's too cold for that. But yet, you guys are walking and you start hearing the sloshing of water underneath your feet. And as you continue further in, you start to see where the path is heading in is the only ground to walk in, as the rest of the ground erodes away to water. Even further yet, you start seeing mangrove trees in bunches with these beautiful, bright pink flowers that are growing out of them that are about as large as your head. Not Screech's head, but everybody else's.
Thanks.
Large what's growing?
Flowers.
Flowers,
Large
okay.
pink flowers.
I'd like to check out one of those flowers because it's not something I've seen before.
Okay.
Does it look like something that would be worth harvesting for potion ingredients?
I mean, it could. It's
Or
something you've
seasoning
never
on the food.
seen.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either
So
way.
so what are
probably
you
for
trying to
something.
do? So it's you'd have to go through a little bit of water to get to it, because it is growing out of like where the mangroves are.
Okay. I'm gonna tell the party that I'd like to investigate one of these flowers, and assuming that they stop, I'm gonna just kind of wait out as long as it doesn't get deeper than knee deep, and take a look at one.
Okay. And as you get closer to it, the flower almost seems to sway like there's a breeze, but you don't feel a breeze.
Interesting. I'm literally just gonna kind of poke a leaf to see if it responds to stimulus.
Okay.
'Cause to
That
see if
sounds so wrong.
I'm a robot. To see if it like is gonna eat me or something, or to see if it's like possibly more fauna than flora
Okay.
kind of stuff.
So you walk through, and the water gets only about shin deep or so at the
Okay.
deepest. And as you walk over and touch this flower, go ahead and give me a Constitution save, please.
Interesting. If it's against poison, I'm guessing I have extra bonuses because I'm weird.
You take 3 points of acid damage as
Neat.
this flower shoots these bright orange spores out, and you watch them hit your armor and your shell, your carapace, and you see it burn small holes through the metal.
Interesting. I'm going to turn around, walk back, show the damage to the party, and inform them perhaps it would be wise to not interact with these flowers. Please allow me a moment to repair this damage, and I'm going to cast the mending spell on myself. Fix my fucking hand.
Yeah, you do, and you have temporary hit points, so it didn't even do any actual damage.
All the same. I want to be shiny.
Perhaps we can use some of that if you're able to safely extract it as something to coat weapons in.
I do not currently know of a way to safely extract it.
Oh, never mind then.
It would require much more study, which we can do when we are in less of a rush. Although more volatile ingredients are more of Absol's expertise, are they not?
I don't know. Is an acid considered a poison, really?
It's not a... Well, yeah, alchemy does weird things. Who knows?
Anyways, I don't got any empty vials or anything like that.
I think I have a few. Inventory...
Yeah, Arkin, why don't you go try to suck it out?
I think.
I don't think that's the first time you've heard that.
Let's just keep walking, and if you figure something out, Chaplain, then let us know.
I will let you know. All the same, we should be more cautious with the local flora.
Yeah, no flower picking today.
All right. As you guys continue on, it starts to get less and less of the pine trees and more of just swampland. But the curious thing that you guys notice is you're not really seeing any of the swamp insects. You're not really seeing any mosquitoes. You're not really seeing any dragonflies. You're hearing the sound of frogs off in the distance, but you're not seeing any of them yet. And as you continue on, the one thing that you notice is you get a strange sensation, almost like everything around you is growing or you guys are all shrinking, as the trees seem to get bigger and bigger every step that you guys take, until you get to a point where these mangrove trees are colossal. They tower above you, their roots creating these giant labyrinths of mazes in the water.
I have yet to encounter flora of this size. Is this normal for this continent?
No. No. Are the flowers bigger too?
The flowers appear to be the same size.
Okay. Yeah, there's never been anything like this on Ozo, at least from what we've seen when we were here. I'm pretty sure we will be able to see some of these trees even from Durentius.
Have you been this far before?
Not this far. But God, if these things don't fucking tower above everything else, you should be able to see them no matter where you're at on Ozo. I take it we're heading in the right direction, though.
That would be a reasonable assumption, assuming that's at this location will be something similarly unique to what we found at the first location.
Should be fun.
I will ask, the prior location, there was a puzzle of some form that needed to be solved. And from what we have spoken about in the past, there was knowledge you had regarding the presence inside the arches that was not shared. Please call out anything you notice that is out of the ordinary, that we may assist you.
Yeah, I'll try, but it's kind of hard to know what I can see something and you guys can't see something. I'm just gonna have to assume everything once we get there.
I believe we will not take offense if you call out things we can visibly see in that circumstance. Thank you for your consideration.
Just keeping a lookout as we're walking. I feel like something might jump out at us soon, or fuck, I don't know what to think when it comes to these kind of things.
And as you guys continue on, you still get that feeling of being dwarfed by the surrounding trees. And after a while, the sky begins to darken in this deep, deep greenish blue. And it becomes almost impossible to discern day from night.
And is like all the ground swampy?
Yeah, so there's like a path that is on raised ground that is more or less dry, a little muddy, and it just slopes off into swamp. The path itself is maybe 10, 15 feet wide at the widest area, and in some areas it narrows down to only being maybe 5, 6 feet wide.
It should be worth noting that it looks like it will be difficult to rest here. We should either continue through, or if we find any place suitable to rest, we should use that.
Can you tell what time of day it is? It's kind of hard for me to see. I don't know if that's just me.
I'm guessing I don't have an internal clock.
You could try to give me an insight check.
It's still
Okay.
flashing 12, remember?
Based on your last recollection of like where the sun was in the sky before it started to darken, you would assume that it's probably early evening.
I am not certain of the exact position of the sun, but it is likely dark soon.
Okay. Yeah. If anyone finds any place for us to lay down, then we'll take that.
And really, I mean, the only place that you guys have seen that you might be able to rest at would be if you waded through the water and made camp in, like, the roots of the mangrove trees. Other than that, this entire journey within the swamp has been pretty much on, like, a 2-track.
Does anyone feel like they need a rest?
I generally do not need those.
Alright,
In the
I'm
same
good if you're
capacity.
yeah. Let's keep
Street
going.
shrugs.
All right. Everybody except for Chaplin, go ahead and give me a constitution check, please.
Yeah, we're gonna re-roll that.
Yeah, I'm good.
Face.
I didn't do bad. Yay!
Eh, that's good enough.
All right. You guys truck on. Everybody's doing all right. Arkin, you are feeling a little bit tired. You're able to hide it from the group, but you're definitely feeling a little sluggish.
Okay.
As you guys push on even further, for what seems like hours, there's no change in what the sky looks like, and time sort of just becomes a blur. After pushing on for what feels like an entire day, you guys come across this area where there is this large collection of the mangrove trees arranged in like a semicircle, and it's tiered. Directly in front of you, you see that there is a large, for lack of better terms, a large stump of where the mangroves were that were cut straight. And you can see that there are stairs that are winding up. And as your eyes follow where these stairs goes, there appears to be this small city sort of nestled in these trees.
Is there anything living in said nestled city?
Give me a perception check.
I have eyeballs. Let's see if they work. Yes. Mostly.
You see small humanoid figures moving about off in the distance. You guys are still pretty far off from actually being like near the city, but it's so colossal that you can see it in the distance, even through like the haze of the fog.
As a note, the city, for lack of a better term, that we are approaching is inhabited by humanoid figures.
Well, not gonna attack us right away, then this one might be easier than the green gem.
How do we know if they're going to attack us right away or not?
We see them pull out a dagger or a sword or something. I think that's the only thing we can really reliably count on.
I have basic capacities for augury if you would like me to know if we were walking into a violent scenario.
Yeah, give us the time to sit down. Been walking non-stop for like a week now, I think. I don't know.
I can work with it quickly if time is of the essence, or I can take my time and conserve my energy. Which would you prefer?
Oh yeah,
Take your
Daddy
time.
number 2.
I say take your time.
This will take about as long as it would take to prepare a meal. I will begin. And Chaplin is actually going to kind of lean over the water and just kind of look into the water for an hour, casting augury to know if heading into that city peacefully will end in violence.
Ark is gonna take this time to rest up.
It is an hour cast to do it as ritual.
Right. So before you do that, are you guys making any sort of attempt to keep yourself hidden from these citizens, or are you just kind of, a couple 100 feet down the path just doing it?
That's the sneaky people's jobs to answer. I will do what they tell me.
Yeah, we'll try to stay hidden.
Are you going to guide, the two giant birds and the metal object on that they should follow suit? Or is this just, Ark and Disappear's territory?
Yeah, because better hide, snitch. And then he hides.
Ding, ding, ding.
I will give it my best with my disadvantage.
Yeah, that disadvantage is great.
Oh my
I got a
god.
6.
I even have proficiency.
You should not be rolling at disadvantage.
Oh,
Right.
right. Yeah, I got the fanciest fuck armor now.
The fanciest fuck armor.
It is the fanciest fuck
The
armor.
official name.
Why is it doing that? Hold on.
I don't know. Do you want to just take the 17 I dropped?
Sure don't.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, but you could.
I appreciate
My
the asking.
Cliff.
Oh, because you still have your chainmail equipped.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I can...
Try to do it now.
Okay. I gotta flip back to no skills. I can raid.
There we go.
Fuck!
It is better.
Yeah.
Stop yelling. What the fuck? We're trying to hide.
She's flailing her
You wanna
arms.
fight,
What the
Sin?
fuck?
Do you want to fight, Sin? Do you want to fight?
We're trying to
Fortunately,
hide.
that's actually...
Nobody will fight me, and that's all I want.
You had your
Fortunately,
chance
what
to
the
fight
fuck
and
is
turned it
the-
down.
Yeah, you did.
No, not Screech. Me.
Wow.
Do you want to fight?
I'll win.
Oh. It's true.
So you take some of your. Are there any god in particular you're reaching out to,
Did I close
or are you
my
just
notes?
throwing a hail mary? Da-dum-da.
I lost my notes.
Hold on, wait. I think I actually have a rim shot sound effect I could play.
Wow. Need to have that one bookmarked.
I can't pronounce that name, but the god of the forest.
Okay.
I hear flies, and it's bugging me.
So you take some leaves and some grass, and you sort of toss a handful of it in the water. What is the exact wording that you use?
If we approach and enter that city peacefully, will we be attacked?
And you see the blades of grass and the clippings and everything sway in the water a little bit, and you see it just form like an X.
Fair enough. While I can never be certain of such things, I think if we approach in a peaceful manner, we should be safe from at least violent action. If you would like to proceed before nightfall truly comes.
Alright, let's give it a go. See what happens.
All right. So what's the game plan?
Just walking in, apparently.
Yep. Arkin's gonna follow, continuing to be stealth though.
All right. As you guys near in, you see that everybody is still sort of moving about in their own discord, not really paying much attention to you all. And you see this one figure that comes from as you walk in, you see that the stairs sort of wind up to the top, and there's this large hut that's about 50 or so feet in the air, and you see this this small person come out of it, and they sort of are jogging down the stairs. And by the time you guys get to the base of the stump, you see that there is this goblin that is standing there that is dressed in formal clothing with a top hat.
Yes.
And as you walk
I'm
up,
so happy.
as you walk up, he
up.
goes, "Hello, strangers. It is nice to meet you all."
I just want to call out whatever I was expecting. It wasn't that. We are well. What is this place?
Well, this is my home.
Is he the only person that we can see?
Nope. You see people walking around, and the ones that you see, everybody here is a goblin.
Are we welcome to visit your home?
Oh, of course. Of course. Come on up.
I'm going to kind of step back and let Absol lead the way.
Like just to straighten up and walk forward.
What the fuck?
How much time do you spend on art, Cliff, for reals?
The amount of shit I have planned to blow your fucking mind.
Oh my god.
That is a big tree.
Where did this swamp and these trees come from?
Well, what kind of silly question is that? They came from the earth like all the rest.
Right, but they don't seem native to Ozo.
I don't know. This whole area has always been like this, hasn't it?
We are not from this local area, and we are not used to trees of this size.
Well, they are quite daunting. Come inside. It's much less muggy. And he starts walking up the stairs. And as you guys are walking up the stairs, you see that these stairs are like intricately carved through these roots. And from standing in this area as you ascend, you see that this was all just a mass of roots. To the left, there's an area that is sort of carved out in this giant circle, and you can see through to the bottom that it's not very deep in the middle. And standing on the far side, there is this giant, looks like a clay sculpture of a goblin. And as you guys keep making your way up, you see this hut that you're going into, this giant hut, has this large, finely carved, ornate door.
Excuse me, sir. I did not catch your name.
Oh, my name is Bivell.
Hello, Bibble. I am Chaplain. If I may ask, recently in the sky there was a noticeable aura tied to a cold wave. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not. I didn't notice anything. It's sort of difficult to see the sky here.
That would make sense. Thank you. Please continue.
Come on in, and he opens up the door and holds it open and beckons for you all to come in.
Your phone is so loud. Move away.
I'll walk in.
Yep.
And your friend here, he doesn't need to hide.
Chaplain kind of looks around for a second. Oh. Arkin, I believe you were being called out. Feel free to join us at your discretion. And He just kind of keeps doing his thing. I don't know if Arkin is near me. He never cares. He never checks. He just assumes that Arkin can hear him.
When Chaplin turns around to walk inside, Arkin's standing next to him.
Welcome, Arkin. Glad you could join us.
You're losing your touch, bro.
Whatever.
As you all walk inside, you see that this room appears to be made out of gold.
Oh, God damn it, we
Arkin's
just lost
eyes
Arkin.
get wide.
And as you look inside, there are other finely dressed goblinoids that all appear to be hanging out, and they're all drinking. And there's this table on the far side, immediately, like to your right on the far side as you walk in. There is this large buffet table that is just overflowing with food.
This place is very prosperous. What allows for such a grand lifestyle?
This is just how we've always lived.
In most places on the continent, the gold, I assume, that this place is made out of is a rare commodity.
That is unfortunate. Gold here is so plentiful that we don't even consider it currency.
Do you get many traders or passers through your area?
No, we haven't had a visitor here in what seems like years.
You could likely trade much for the spare gold you have available. Many find it quite valuable.
Why trade? We have everything we need.
That is fair. Thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, you are more than welcome. You are free to anything you see here.
Oh no.
Arkin takes off. He's just
crap,
looking for anything of value.
Bob's
Everything that he can pick up that isn't nailed down.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Putting a table down his pants. Taking this.
I
He
mean,
just goes up to the table and tips it towards his pants.
like all of the stemware and everything that they are drinking out of seems to be just the highest of quality. There are paintings on the wall that appear to be of great value. The walls themselves appear to be gold, with like a pillar in the middle that has these carvings of it that almost look like the roots of a mangrove tree growing upward. There's nothing that's really tangible for you to be able to grab, as far as like there's not just like a pile of gold laying on the floor or anything. But I mean, everything here seems high quality.
Yeah, he's grabbing like forks and spoons, like anything small.
Are you being
Food
discreet or
into-
are you just going ham?
He gave permission, so he's going ham.
Okay. And as you're doing this, like people like stop for a moment and they watch you do it, and then they just go back along with their conversations.
Yep. He will continue.
Is there a limit that he is going to reach where he stops?
When it looks like it's going to be too heavy for him to travel.
Okay.
He's going to start waving Absol. Absol.
Arkin, perhaps you should be more tempered in your appreciation of the hospitality.
I am
here.
appreciating plenty. Absol, get over here. Come
More
appreciate with me.
tempered.
No, your friend is fine. We don't mind. As I said, we haven't had visitors here in years, so what brings you all this far into our little swamp.
We're looking for a gem.
He sort of like looks around and there's like gem encrusted like in the walls and in the carvings and like, yeah, you have to be more specific than that, friend.
It,
Arkin dies.
Oh, Arkin's stabbing a dagger into him, trying to pluck them out of the walls.
He's like, we would ask that you do not deface the property, please.
Oh, yes, of course. My bad. He's grabbing up other shit.
it's got magic properties. It's supposed to be somewhere in this direction.
Do you know the color, Absol?
No.
God damn it.
Okay.
And he grabs his hood and he like, should I, you know,
Perhaps not at this current moment. When we rest for the night, wherever that may be.
So what are you like showing him the crown?
no, he just grabs his hood for the moment.
Oh,
and-
okay.
Yeah, he was being subtle.
Well, I'm not quite certain what gem you're referring to, but I do hope you the best in finding it.
I appreciate it. Would it be possible for us to spend the night here? It is much more comfortable looking than the swampland.
Of course, yes. There's extra beds in the canopy. Come this way. How rude of me. I apologize.
You have been quite hospitable. Is there anything we can do in return?
Nothing that I can think of, no. Right this way. And he continues to the other side of this large room through the set of double doors, and he continues upward through this tree.
Gonna follow.
Pulling Arkin along with me.
Arkin's
following.
dragging this big ass sack full of random shit.
Of course you fucking are.
Never let this man get a bag of holding. The campaign will end.
It's making all sorts of noise.
Biggest smile.
Arkin, you are on the cusp of being encumbered.
What?
When did you turn into Vakta? Just carrying a bunch of random shit, never selling it.
Like,
I am
Arkin is
tempted
playing Fallout right now and just grabbing everything that
Nope, drop this one because it's too heavy and can pick up these smaller, more valuable things.
exactly.
You go into inventory management. I am tempted to urge Arkin temperament. However, this is the happiest I have ever seen him.
He smiles and nods.
And as you guys continue up, you enter this second room, which is even larger than the first. And this one has what appears to be marble inside that's finely carved. And there is this large stream that runs down the middle of water that is visibly warm. You see the steam coming off of it. And on both sides, so when you guys walk in to your left and to your right, there are these giant pools of bathing water. And you see that there are like ducts on other ends where the water is kind of erupting out, and it is creating a waterfall down the side of these mangrove.
So does it look like it's sourced, like there's a hot springs that are connecting out, or do we not see where the water is coming from?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Skill I am proficient in, and crit. so
Wow.
again.
Okay. Yeah, so what it appears is on the right-hand side, it almost appears like there is some sort of a natural geyser that is causing the water to push up, and it is flowing down to the left-hand side. But there are two pools on either side, and inside of it you are seeing goblin in the buff that are just lounging around in these hot springs. And you have a couple other goblin that are walking back and forth with trays of fruit, and they're handing fruit to these goblin.
These goblins know how to live.
And he continues walking through, and he walks over this bridge that appears to be carved out of a stone that goes over the little channel of water in the middle, and he continues out the other side, and he continues up. And as you guys look out now, you guys are about 200 or so feet above the ground. You're on this large, about 20-foot wide walkway that is still going up, and you see a larger hut at the very top. And as you walk inside there, you see that this one is divided up into different rooms. This is our resting chambers, and you're all more than welcome to stay in any of the vacant rooms.
I appreciate the hospitality. You do not get many travelers, so I assume that this society is self-sufficient, correct?
Very much so.
Have I spotted like any farmland or any, manual labor looking kind of things happening?
Nope.
I am not knowledgeable in the workings of cities or villages. However, I do not see any farms or manual laborers maintaining things. How is it that this society is able to continue functioning?
The trees give us everything that we need.
I see.
But if you'll follow me right through here, I can make sure that you're all sat next to one another. I wouldn't want to split the party.
Thank you.
And he opens up these doors, and each one of these rooms is about 20 feet by 20 feet with this large, extravagant bed. And will any of you be bunking together, or do you need 4 separate rooms?
I do not require a bed. The rest I will leave at their discretion.
Yeah, whatever.
Gonna sleep on his pile of gold.
Yes.
Screech just picks a person and stands next to them because the whole doesn't like to be alone thing.
And which person does she pick?
Let's find out. Chaplain. If it was a 4, I was gonna have to roll again. So.
Don't worry, we know you're not rolling that good tonight.
No.
In that case, I would take a room for Screech, and I will accompany her.
Well, this one can be yours. And then he walks across the hall, and he pops open the doors. And then he walks down a little ways and pops open another door. And you guys have 3 of 4 rooms that are just right across from one another.
It's nighttime as far as we can guess. Are we able to see through to the sky from this area?
In the main area you can. From where you are, no. There's the you guys are actually in the
one of the trees.
Yeah, you're in the leaves of the trees at this point. So there are windows, but it's really hard to make anything out through them.
But as we were kind of walking into the city, it did look like it's nighttime.
It looked the exact same as it's been looking for a day or so of travel. The skies have not changed.
Interesting. I'm gonna ask the rest of the party, is anyone tired? Should we rest for the night and reconvene in the morning?
You come with me into this room real quick.
Understood.
No, Chaplain, or no, Screech, Arkin, y'all go get some rest real quick.
Fine.
Screech side-eyes him before.
Whatever. Come on, Snitch. He starts dragging his bag into the other room.
You don't gotta share rooms. I'm just gonna borrow Chaplain here for a minute.
I will return in a few minutes, Screech.
Scooch still follows Arkin anyway.
Absol goes into one of the rooms, and so Choplin, you still got some healing left in you?
Yes.
Awesome. And he takes out a dagger and stabs himself in the leg.
I would ask that you be less wasteful of my capacity.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Please explain the need for the supply. I could perhaps provide you with social help or counseling. There are better solutions.
Absolutely doesn't even look like he's wincing at the pain anymore. He's just like looking around, and he's like, I can still feel this, but I was almost certain that we were under some kind of spell or something.
You are assuming that this is, as they say, too good to be true.
That was the most awkward way to say that.
That's the point.
I hate it.
Can't take my eyes off of you.
5 damage to me, motherfucker. Stab yourself.
He just stabs Arkin. Yep, this is real. He is screaming.
I love it.
I do share a modicum of your concern. Apologies. And Chaplain says a quick word, and the minimum healing for my healing word is 7. So I suppose I should, hit the buttons.
It didn't even break his temp hit points.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any kind of flaw with this place since we got here. And that's what concerns me. Nothing's perfect.
I do have concerns as to how a place like this has not been raided by more barbaric or Arkan-shaped individuals. It does leave some concern, however, I'm not sure it could simply be actually this good. And I would not wish to lose our hospitality based off of mistrust.
What do the gems do? Didn't you have a notes at what each of them did?
Let me consult my notes. Notes, gems. Oh, right. I think that's in my notes.
Oh no, you've got a ton of notes.
Power. Hold on. I have to turn off the thing and show my pasty face.
That's all what that chaplain's actually saying.
Uh,
He's like, hold on.
Just
Let's go check this out.
searching. Wait.
Accessing database.
It's not.
What the fuck? Thanks, I hate it.
The list I have is
Oh no.
soul, mind, reality, time, space, and power. Are you concerned that we are somehow in an altered reality?
Yeah, that's the one that stood out to me.
Do you know any way we could see if this reality was altered?
And he points to the wound in his leg.
Perhaps your perception of pain in this reality is altered. It is a worthy diagnostic, however, not a complete diagnostic. If you are assuming the power of this potential to be of world-ending levels.
I think we can figure it out in the morning once everyone actually gets some rest.
Through the nights, I can take a little bit of time to sense for magical presences.
Yeah, since you don't really sleep, huh?
I do rest.
All right. I was gonna stay up to see if some little goblins came poking around at us at night, but I
If
feel
you
like
would like to sleep in the same room as Screech for safety, I would understand.
no, I think that we
Or you
all
could share
seem
a
that
room
I
with
can.
Arkin.
Like we all seem that I can handle myself.
I believe none of us actually saw anything.
Oh, that's a relief at least. Let's yeah, you and Screech bunk up. I'll bunk up with Arkin, and if he gets scared in the night, he screams like a little girl. Wake me up.
Thank you. I will treasure that knowledge. Be well. I will speak to you in the morning.
Yep.
And Chaplain will go and kind of collect Screech and bring her back to the room to rest through the night. Chaplain will take a couple of minutes before sleeping to just because I'm probably going to sleep anyway and don't want to not sleep because I'm up all night casting spells. I'm going to cast Detect Magic and see what kind of magics are in the room after the doors are closed.
Okay.
I like that spell.
As you cast Detect Magic, other than like your party and yourself, you don't detect any magic.
Interesting. Okay.
The only thing that you really are getting magical essence off of is the disc.
Which I'm not going to mess with here. Assuming that the magical presence on the disc isn't different than it has been.
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Okay. Then I will enter low power mode, kind of sitting by the foot of the bed and letting Screech out of the bed.
Anybody else doing anything before they go to sleep? Except for Arkin, he doesn't have a choice.
Working on that potion, and I looked it up. It is actually a poison.
Okay, so give me
Yeah.
2 poison maker rolls, please. What's the value
Nice.
of it?
The RP.
Like the RAW? Like what's it say the value of it is?
Nothing.
Really?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, well, don't worry about it right now. I'll figure it out.
Check the screen. See what people are saying about us.
All right.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, so y'all's go to sleep, and you sleep as late as you want to sleep. Nothing comes to bother you. No one does anything. The bed is the most comfortable bed you have ever slept on, except for Chaplain. You don't know. You don't know what this is
Sitting on
like.
the floor.
That sucks.
Most comfortable bed you've ever slept on, and you guys sleep hard. And
I'm gonna get up bright and early because that's what I do.
yeah, whatever time you wake up, you wake up.
I'm assuming that I'm going to wake up way before anyone else. So I'm going to take that time to just kind of study through my Warforged books and go through my prayer books and things like that. Just personal study that isn't going to do magic fuckery in our time and space.
Okay. And a couple hours after you're awake, everybody else eventually starts waking up.
Good morning, Screech.
She like makes a grumbling, squawking sound as she wakes up.
You can continue to rest. I simply wished to make sure it was copacetic for me to go speak to the others. You seem to not wish to be alone.
Screech nods and like brushes him off and like starts like putting on her armor and just very, very slowly getting out of bed. It's a comfy bed.
And Arkin hasn't slept because he's cuddling his coin.
Oh, he is laying in the bed like
On top
knocked
of all
out,
of his shit,
drooling
like the
and
dragon.
yeah, there's shit everywhere.
Hey, give
Fucking
me
dragon with a horde.
give me an insight check, Arkin.
Oh no, that sounds dangerous. Oh, not bad.
From your estimate, you have about 3,500 gold worth of shit that you have pilfered.
And that's it. The campaign's over. He's going to die in a few years. Everything's fine. He'll let the world end because he has his money.
Do you think he has enough money?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's
gonna
totally
be-
gonna stop
It's
looking for
like-
stuff now.
It's going to be Vardrock all over again, but everything has to be golden. Golden Castle.
Don't give him any ideas, Bob.
Until I, donate half of it to charity.
Then I'll buy
He's
it
gonna
for
blow
you.
it all on hookers,
No.
hookers and blow.
Only half.
Oh.
So yeah. So what do you guys do when you wake up?
Go
Right.
find everyone else.
So
I
what
knock
did-
on their door.
Go away.
I will return in 5 minutes.
Come in.
It's like,
I
go
open
away.
the
It's like
door.
a fucking snooze alarm.
That's the intent.
Thanks, I hate it.
Good morning, Absol. Morning, Arkin.
Absol's like sitting on the floor, just sleeping, like with his head in his hand.
The first question of the day is, where are we to proceed from here? Do we believe that we are at our destination or that we should continue past?
I feel like we're here. And he like pulls back his hood. I think this is the next step.
Understood. Who is the willing participant?
I'm probably not gonna be messing with any souls. I think I'm just gonna activate it, leave it, and see if anything changes.
I will wake you in a few minutes.
I don't think I go to sleep when I do this, do I? I only go to sleep when I grab one of your souls.
Understood. If you fall asleep, I will wake you.
Puts baby powder on his hand.
So he pulls back some of the bandages and flicks his gem.
And as you do, you could see, like, the building that you're in sort of flashes a bit, and you could see through the walls to a certain degree, and you can see Screech's orb, and you can see Arkin's, and you can see Chaplin's, and you see another one sort of through the walls approaching you. And around the time that you're seeing this, Chaplin, you're hearing the sound of click-clat of shoes on stone. And the goblin pops back. He says, "Oh, I thought I heard you all awake. We have breakfast ready if you are hungry at all."
Thank you. I'm sure my partners will appreciate that.
Arkin's already walking out the door, heading there.
Let's go. And he pulls the hood back on top of the crown.
And you're just keeping it active and just walking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's not noticeable at all.
Brown, brown, brown.
As you start walking through, you guys are all going into like the main quarters of this area, like sort of the common area, and you're seeing the people that are all out and about. Arkin, you're noticing that these people do not have orbs.
Absolutely.
Anybody. Whoever. Hey, to be fair, Arkin doesn't see the orbs either.
This is true.
Anybody who is trying to decipher anything that's going on right now, give me a perception check.
Conversations about how we're not trusting a damn thing.
How many do I still have? Sessions about
2.
to end. Awesome. So much
Oh my
better.
god, I hate the dice.
Okay, Screech can be bug-eyed. The rest of us can see time.
So everybody but Screech.
Yeah.
Everybody but Screech. You notice that all the people are in the exact same positions doing the exact same thing that they were doing before you went to sleep.
Broke the matrix.
As you guys walk out into the downward staircase, Absol, the other one, you see a beam of light coming from your right, and this sort of yellow light seems to be coming from the giant statue that's at the bottom.
Are we still being escorted by that one goblin?
Yeah, he's sort of leading the way.
All right. Let's take a look out the window and.
Oh, no, you guys are on the
gesture.
stairwell now. You guys are out in the open,
Oh.
about 200 feet up.
And he's gonna like tap each of them on the shoulder and just point down to the statue as they're walking.
Chaplain will just nod, and then he'll kind of scan around and then look back at Absol, just kind of quiz. Well, okay, I can't show emotion. I don't have eyebrows. But he will, just scan around and then look back at Absol, and then just keep following, but not in front.
Have we made it to the bath area yet?
You guys are encroaching upon that, right now.
Okay. I'll do something once we get there.
I'm still not doing anything else until we make it all the way back to the bottom or wherever we're going.
Screech doesn't know what's going on.
Everything's fine.
She's just like, huh, it's shiny.
So you guys continue along, and then you make your way into the bathhouse.
If anybody turns around to see the rest of the group, you'll see Arkin in the bath with a pile of his clothes next to him. His crow sitting on top of it with his glasses on.
And as you hop in that water, it's warm to the point of almost being too hot, but not quite. And you sink yourself into it, and you kind of feel that warm tingle in all your naughty bits. And like that heat where it's like almost too hot, where it's kind of itchy but not bad. And then you sink yourself into it, and it just feels amazing.
Then he snaps his fingers at one of the little goblin girls walking around with the food.
Yeah, and they run up, and they have just a tray full of grapes.
He's just grabbing them and throwing them in his mouth, going, ah.
And the grapes are super juicy. Like each one of them are just like the size of like golf balls.
God.
Yes. He's noticed that they are seem to be in some sort of automation, but he doesn't give a fuck.
Chaplain, do you
Yes.
take baths? Do you wash yourself?
Yes, I am capable.
Maybe
Stank dick.
maybe worth it to enjoy this while we can.
Screech is already like unbuckling her armor and just like.
Is Goblin Face still around with us?
Yeah, he's walking, and when he sees like Screech disrobing and then Ark and already in, he's like, "Well, you all can lounge here as long as you'd like. I'll be down in the food room if you want. The food's here all day."
Thank you kindly. And I'm gonna wait for him to leave and then go talk to Absol.
Yep. So he turns about face and he keeps heading, to the descent.
Absol, have you noticed repetition?
Yeah. None of this is real.
Then I do not believe bathing will actually be of any benefit, but I appreciate the offer.
It might not be, but he seems to be enjoying it. Screech is pretty excited.
Well, it is a concern if there is things that are different than what we are seeing. What is happening that we are not seeing? I do not know that I wish to stay continually in an illusion.
I don't know. You gotta enjoy some things while you can. I'm not really going to, but if it raises their mood, then I'm all for it.
Has your diagnostic netted any results?
My leg? No. My
Correct.
yeah. The fancy one. That's the only one that's been talking. He's the only one with a orb.
Just to clarify, did the other citizens of Terentius also possess orbs?
Quell, yeah, he had one. He's a citizen, and I don't think I've ever activated it and just kept it on looking around.
We should do that more in the future, but for the moment, it would likely be easy to assume that only the one is real.
Right.
And it is worth noting that if we are not seeing what we think we are seeing, we may be actively surrounded or being monitored as we speak. Although there's not much we can do if that is true. However, I would guess that your vision of the eggs is probably the one thing that can be determined as accurate in this environment, given that this is likely connected to another of the stones. Do you have any concept of where that other stone may be?
Statue, bright yellow light shining out of it.
I would assume that then yellow is the color of the stone we are looking for. Also, who has a kid?
It's probably Sin's sister. She always walks. What's up, gangsta?
No.
I'm recording.
Yeah, she just walked in.
Tell her I said hi.
Everyone says hi.
Everyone, really? Cliff turns into everyone?
Everyone.
No one else said hi.
And look at him.
She Facebook messaged me before, just so you know. Not even lying.
What?
Cameron?
True that.
What did you say, Chaplain?
I would assume that our answers lie in that object.
Right.
However, I assume if we go to investigate said object, then our observer will know that we know.
Just say we're appreciating it.
I could likely ask about using that pond for religious purposes to get us closer.
Yeah,
Or
whatever
simply-
works.
Or we could simply travel down there without asking, as they've seemed to allow free reign thus far.
Let's go see what they have in the food area, then go from there.
I will ask if I'm allowed to use the pond for prayer and meditation.
That
I'll
sounds good.
follow your leads. Do you wish to collect Arkin and Screech before we continue?
You look
like-
back at him. What are they
Screech
doing?
is just like splashing around like a fire. Like every time you see a bird in like a bird bath, that's what she's doing.
And Arkin is just sitting there looking like he is in the life. His glasses are all fogged up so you can't see his eyes.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna give him a few more minutes.
When we proceed, we should proceed as a group, as likely there will likely be a point at which points we are discovered and we'll all have to take action simultaneously.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to kind of walk over to whatever points I can see that pond from and just kind of stare out onto it, just observing it for 10 minutes or so while the rest are bathing and splashing.
Well, the only way you'd really be able to look out would be to either go through the doors or you'd have to go through the pool itself.
I'm going to go back the way we came just a bit so I'm out on the walkway and can see it.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, you could see it. You could see, like, underneath the hut that they're in, you could see where the water is coming out, and it's just, like, creating this waterfall onto the roots, and they're kind of going into this middle puddle, which, like I said, is about 200 feet down below you. And you see that there's, like, that giant, like, clay statue.
I'm going to pull out my prayer book and kind of flip through it casually as I stand there, but I am mostly focusing on that statue. What is that statue of?
It's a giant statue of a goblin.
Does that goblin look oddly like the goblin that we've been talking to?
You could try to see if you could determine that from here.
Is any light emitting from it, or is that just for Absol?
There doesn't appear to be any light emitting from it, no. It just looks like a clay statue. Oddly enough, it is, from your experiences now of everything you've seen here, sort of like one of the most mundane looking things here.
I'm looking specifically for yellow rock-like things, if there's anything to be seen.
Nothing that you could see, no.
Okay. Just for lulz, pulling out that disc looks the same. Oh, no, I checked that last night. Never mind. And who knows what this reality is like anyway. Yep, just gonna wait for Arkin and Screech to, finish their splish splashing so we can try and not die. As our bodies slowly dwindle away while we're stuck in an alternate reality. Making a wild assumption.
And what's everybody else doing? Absol, what are you doing, first and foremost?
Being muted, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He's sitting by the door waiting for them to finish. Not really caring too much about what Arkin's doing, and doesn't really know if he should be looking at what Screech is doing.
I feel like the Kenku is like the least sexual race that you could possibly be. It's a giant bird.
Unless you're an
Beholder.
ornithiliac. Yeah.
I would put Beholder higher on the.
Beholder's got big old mouths.
I'm gonna have nightmares. I'm gonna have a lot of nightmares. I I hate you. You're gonna have to deal with my nightmares.
I'll sleep.
You did
tomorrow.
this. I'm gonna wake you up now.
That's fine.
I'm gonna wake you up every time.
That's fine.
Bitch.
We're married. Can you tell?
I just dreamt of a beholder, but all
I'm gonna go.
his
I'm
eyes
gonna find
were
someone else's
giant.
house to sleep at. Like,
A beholder, but all the eyes are titties. You're welcome for that
I'm
image.
pretty sure someone has drawn that.
You're right, I did. Here, I'll load it up on stream. No.
I'm done with this campaign. I can't do this.
Yeah. So, I mean, as long as you guys are sitting in there, no one is bothering you.
After like 10 minutes, our absolutely be like, all right, we need to go. You guys are enjoying this a little bit too much.
Yeah, you would too if you come in.
I don't feel like being trapped here.
Perhaps he is not aware.
I'm pretty sure he is, but yeah, come on. Food. Can't go all day without eating, right?
They're bringing me food.
Yeah.
The food comes to us here.
Arkin, perhaps we should discuss things for a moment.
Oh, you two done whispering between each other?
I'm attempting to speak in a way you understand. Chaplain's gonna walk over to him and be rather close. Perhaps you have not been aware that the things here are not real in some way.
Yes, I'm very much aware. These things are set and created by someone's idea of paradise.
What? Screech looks very confused and just like freezes in the water.
She doesn't notice anything. I forgot about that.
Yeah. I didn't forget this time.
Doing a quick pan around for the one goblin that matters. Absol, you said you can see the one, correct?
Yeah.
Please make sure that he is not nearby as we discuss.
So just stares at the door.
Yeah, he left like when you guys first got in there.
Breach. We have, at least I and Absol and perhaps Arkin have noticed that the goblins around us are exactly the same goblins in the same locations performing the same activities as before we went to sleep.
Drops?
Depressing.
Perhaps-
she doesn't get they're doing the same thing.
And this may
Yeah?
be strange coming from me, but they seem a little bit too robotic in the repetition of their tasks.
So are you the pot or the kettle?
Yes. I could probably actually be a kettle if you would like. I can boil water now. I'm a little teapot. Probably a feature.
Don't reference children's songs. I won't burn the house down. Those stay at work.
So, Absol, have you located what we're here for?
I'm guessing the clay statue down there.
Okay, have you checked it out yet?
Nope. I'm not
The
going
hope
alone.
is to investigate together, as we will likely arouse suspicion when we do so. Thus, not being split up when that happens is in our best efforts and safety.
Okay.
Which is why we're trying to get you to put on some pants.
If we start heading toward this thing, I think that I'm pretty sure that will draw the attention that we're trying to avoid.
Which is why we should all be together when we do it.
Be all together when they see your loud ass going towards what keeps them alive.
You have a better suggestion.
How about you all wait here, and I will be right back.
Bear in mind that the primary individual here did see you when you were hidden the first time.
Yes. And as long as you all keep him distracted, he won't be looking in my direction.
Do you think that he will not notice if only 3 of us go and approach him.
Perhaps he will. And perhaps when he does come towards me, I will just say I was just coming to admire the statue.
Understood. We can operate on such a principle if Absol and Screech are comfortable with it, and simply run to your aid if you make audible noise.
He grabs like a few more grapes and shoves to his mouth and goes, okay.
Here are your pants.
Snatches his pants. It's like muttering, grumbling as he's putting everything back on. And then he will casually walk to whichever path would be the quickest to get over to the statue area. And
You would have to walk all the way down through the first building, all the way down to the stump at the entrance.
Okay, yeah, he's going to...
Or jump. Jump would be the fastest way.
I mean, you got wings.
Can't teleport or something?
Not yet.
It's level 6.
So there is like, you said there's like the waterfall like that comes out of this room?
Well, yeah, there's like grates and the water is pouring out of the pool that you were just in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pouring down onto the roots underneath, and then that's all cascading into the little pit below.
Okay. So if he jumps from the pit, then he could get down to the statue?
Or you couldn't jump from the pit. Like, there's grates.
Oh, okay.
You'd have to, go out one side or the other and jump if you were going to actually jump.
Okay. He's going to go over to one of the sides and look around and see if anyone's paying attention.
Everybody seems to be doing the same thing that they were doing the whole time.
Okay. He's going to let his wings out and then kind of step off and let himself glide down. Just kind of in a circle all the way down to the ground.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, I was on 20 for a second.
You got 2 left.
Yeah, I'll reroll that. That's better.
Oh, that's better.
So you see that this area looks like it was carved out on purpose this way. You see the statue is prominently in the middle with its back facing the tree and its front facing the opening. And around the perimeter are more of those pink flowers.
Okay. Is there any path between them?
Between what?
The flowers?
They're just kind of growing randomly out of the roots. They're all around the perimeter. The only path that you see is there is a staircase about 15 feet tall or so that descends from the giant stump into this pit.
Okay. And the statue is in the pit?
Yep.
Okay. He's going to aim to land on the stairs then.
Okay. Yeah, so you soar down and you land on the stairs.
He's going to start walking towards the statue to kind of inspect it.
And the statue's large, and you are not. So as you look at this thing, it is a statue of a goblin, but a much more primal looking goblin than what you're seeing here. It's not wearing fine clothes. It's wearing like tattered leathers.
Well, like we would typically see a goblin, right?
Correct.
Yeah, he's looking around it for anything that looks unusual, looks like anything like one of the stones, like from Absol's crown.
Not that you could tell, no. It's just a, like, clay statue.
Okay. It's going to put a hand on it.
All right. And as you feel it, it feels warm to the touch.
Just like normal clay is.
Much warmer than, like, the surrounding area. And as you put your hand on it, you see its head sort of turn down and look at you. And you see it begin to draw back like it's trying to attack you. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
I saw that coming. You get to fight a statue. Or more importantly, I get to pick up, Arkin's guts off the board. I mean, I'm confident in you. Good job.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. So, next week. What's that?
Our viewers are going to think Arkin and I actually hate each other when we love each other outside of this.
Good RP.
RP.
So next week, like I said, I'll have a little bit more information for some of the things that I have planned for you all as the audience. Things that you'll be able to do and stuffs that will affect the world on a grand scale, separately from the story that is running with the party here. Although, depending on what happens, there could be some interaction. But the whole thing is more for developing the world story around them. But if you guys fuck around and, bring Orcus back to life, then, then they'd probably have to deal with some repercussions for that. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Allie, for the resub. Thank you to Smooth Blend for the resub and the bits. We met our Streamloots quota, if you will. So let me go ahead and start this up here. Don't do shit till you see it on the screen. Because otherwise, it doesn't matter. There you go. If you want to enter to win a Streamloots deck, do ! Gimme, GIMME. Let me check everything else here too while I'm bullshitting. Community events. We were probably pretty close with community events. I'm gonna check the shares first though. Also,
Fur
what?
in my nose.
What?
What?
What? What?
The cat joined me, so I picked him up and danced him around, and then I got all the fur in my nose.
Oh. Well, that's what's supposed to happen though, ain't it?
He usually doesn't shed that much. Alright, for you, Allie. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? I'm just gonna scream at Allie all weekend and she'll have to get used to it.
I'm gonna snatch a soundbite of it and I'm gonna make it so when you talk in chat it does that.
Yes!
Yeah, so I don't think that we made community events and shares. Shares are wishy-washy. Facebook shares are the worst. Because it's like, people shared your stuff. And I'm like, cool, how many? They're like, no, we can't tell you that. There's some people that aren't on your friends list. Like, what? I can't know who shared my shit? Nah, can't do that.
Not friends with everyone.
Also, if you guys have cards that you don't necessarily want to play, remember that you can break them down and create new cards. I think I might actually, I might fuck with the economy of that, because I might make it whereas like if you break down one like a gold, you'll be able to get enough to build one purple. If you break down a purple enough to get one blue, and then just a one stair step up as far as like if you break down two greens, you can get a blue, maybe something like that. maybe to get the action economy used a little bit more. I don't know, but I'll figure something out.
I'll help you try and break that if you'd like.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm all
I
for
already
that.
have ideas how to break that.
Yeah, so we'll see. And we got just a few minutes left on this giveaway, I think. It's got an automatic timer on it, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You're God.
It's got a 5-minute timer, so yeah, so it'll be done shortly here. I think it actually has a countdown on screen. It does. That's cool.
How soon before Chaplin can just start praying to Cliff?
No, stop.
I mean, whenever you want to. That's one of the gods on the list.
Is it?
No.
It should be. It's your world.
Nipples is asking for a battle royale. You should do that.
That's just a sentence.
I enjoyed that sentence very much.
I was gonna say that I love nipples, and then I stopped and I was like, wait a second.
Never mind.
I also like that sentence.
Gotta be careful. One of these days, like a coworker or something is gonna find me on this.
I'm just waiting for one of these days for someone to actually break a TOS.
People keep saying free the nipple. I'm just like, none of us can.
So, for me, I work at a school, and it's just one of these days a student's gonna find this, and I'm not gonna be at the end of it.
My boss has watched before. I don't know
That's
how
fine.
often she watches, but I know that she does sometimes.
What's her Twitch name? I'll add her as a.
Oh god, I don't know.
I'll add her as a VIP.
Oh no. I don't know how often she watches. I know that she's mentioned it before, and then like, but then it feels weird, and I'm like, I don't understand. So I don't know how often she watches.
I mean, really, like, other than language, our stream's not bad at all.
Oh,
No, it's not.
It's all in good fun.
It's the chat that's terrible.
Yeah, these assholes.
Yeah.
All right. Who are we gonna raid out to? Because, oh my God, fucking Instill's not on.
Yeah, no one I watch is on.
No one. No Dungeons and Dragons. People are slacking. And I'm not
Wow,
raiding
nobody-
Critical Role. I'm not doing it.
Nobody that I follow is online.
Yeah, same
Well,
here. Well, I mean,
what?
there's a few people, but not
To be
really.
fair, it's Friday now, and technically, you said Lissa couldn't play at all the rest of this week. It's a new day. She can't be online right
We are the eighth highest viewed channel for Dungeons and Dragons right now,
Nice.
and there are
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of channels right now.
now. That's fair. How many people?
We're top 10!
Mm-hmm. We are. So kudos to everybody who's here. Y'all's is awesome. Let me spy on these people for a second to see if they seem like they're engaged.
The love of
We have
Christmas.
people all posting points.
Got this.
Yeah.
Okay, these
so
people seem engaged.
I'm
We'll
gonna
go here.
roll-
I don't know who they are, but we're gonna go see Spazbot Studios in a second. Let me actually get the okay. The drawing should have. Yeah, cool. Countdown is done. Let's go ahead and pick a winner. Drum roll, please. Winner is Dredson. Look at you, winning and shit. Boom. Your free stream loot's chest is there now. He does need more cards. Hey, if you play cards, you get cards. That's how it works. Hashtag no regrets. All right, so thank you guys. Next week, expect some news on a lot of cool things that I want to incorporate in the upcoming year. thank you again for being here. Thank you for making us top 10 in the D&D streams right now on Twitch. Give yourselves a round of applause for that one. Thank you. And we are going to raid out to Spazbot Studio. So if you can, stick around. If you're a subscriber, throw some D20s at them, or some D1s if you're an asshole. And, you know, spread the name, because the more people that see us doing this, then the more people know about us, and we may get them to come in, you know, see us. So it's win-win for everybody. Is this thing actually doing the countdown? Because I don't see it doing the countdown. Let me just go here. Hey, there we go. 13 seconds. Okay, so thank you guys again. We'll see you next week, 8 o'clock Eastern, for more quests and cliffhangers. Good night.